turning right. Update the public or not? There we go. Alright. Oops, graph page. Morning, Carl. Gotta review my logs real quick and be ready to roll. I'll wait for a few more people to get online too before I start talking about what's all happening. Although the name of the title that I used for the video should give you a pretty decent idea what's going on. Anybody who knows where our yards are and all that kind of stuff probably knows why I'd be going to San Bernardino. Today hooks. I need to edit. So I wasn't sure if that was going to be the end of my technical shift yesterday, so I just stayed off duty. So I can put my post strip in there. 47-ish, I guess. Morning, Jamie. Hey, how you doing, Sip Beer? Come on. Okay, personally conveyed 16 minutes. And an hour and 21. So it's an hour and 37. So yeah. And it's within the last 24 hours, so I wouldn't be able to PC to our yard. And it's not important because no matter what, I'm going to need at least 4 shifts to get to the customer this load is going to, or I'd say the load that I'm going to be picking up out of her drop yard. Get this fired up. Let's see. All right, yep, looks like we're good there. All right. So I don't plan to run too hard today because like I said, if I start too late in the day, then I get shut down too late in the day, and as you guys know, I tend to have a little more trouble finding parking later. So, and I only need to run about 515 or so mile average pace for 4 shifts to get to where it's going. It's going to Belvedere, Illinois, and the shortest route would be to take I-15 up to I-70 in Utah and then take 70 across, but we can't take 70 between I-15 and Denver during the winter months. So, and then the other alternative would be make a 50-mile detour up to I-80 up in the Salt Lake City area and then head across through Wyoming. But Yeah, we know how infamous Wyoming weather is, so I don't plan to go that way. Not to mention, be really, really tight on the. I don't think I can get the load delivered on time, to be honest with you. I ran the miles on it, and it came out to 1,060-ish to get from here to San Bernardino to get the load and then get it over to Illinois. And it's not. And I was coming up with an ETA of about 3 a.m. on the 28th, and it's due at 4 a.m. on the 28th. So between Adigan, California, where I don't speed like a lot of other people do, and US 54 going to be involved, which is going to slow me down too, I don't think it's a very realistic expectation that I'll be able to get it delivered on time. So I will just plan on going across I-40 or something, and then maybe see if they got somebody who can advance the load a little bit more effectively than me, you know, or maybe someone with a fresh clock can go that direction or something. Doesn't matter to me as long as my hours get used and as long as the loads get delivered on time. It's all good. Let me double check these. All right, yeah, and they just said do my best, so. Okay, yeah. Let's see, we can do what you can to tolerate the sun for a little bit until I can get facing the opposite direction. Cul-de-sac, get turned around, and once I get facing the other way, Tom, I'll answer that question for you, okay? It's with the drop trailers in the cul-de-sac. Traffic bullshit to deal with on the way down the Cajon Pass, I'm sure. Alright, now to answer Tom's question about how tight we're running on loads, or busy, whatever, sure I got enough going on. However, yesterday, see, I didn't stream yesterday, I don't think, but let me lead into this. Yesterday's shift, if you'd known what I was noticing, it'll make more sense what I'm going to say here in a minute with what all happened yesterday here in the area. All right, so on the previous stream, I think I had, going into Arizona. Do you guys remember me saying something about how? It seemed like there was an unusually heavier amount of truck traffic, on the road at the same time as me that I normally see. I can't remember if I said that during the stream or if it was just something I was thinking to myself during the middle of my last shift, which I did not stream. So the last shift, I left Lake Havasu City around, I don't know, almost not quite 11 o'clock at night. Pacific time, or a little after, just before midnight Central, Mountain Time, whatever. And I ended up running nonstop here to the Pilot in Hesperia. It's just 10 miles from here. Get going here. Well, that's not a drive. That's a walk-up window, not a drive-through window. The farmer boys. Alright, so anyway, heading across through eastern California, across I-40, middle of the night, I don't normally see much truck traffic, but combining the previous shift And last night, yeah, like I said, I've been seeing more, an unusually larger amount of truck traffic, or not necessarily unusual, but for the time of day that I was driving, I don't normally see that kind of truck traffic, so it kind of threw me off. And it was a big hint to me that there are a lot of trucks coming into California for Monday morning deliveries, and I've been noticing that a lot too. More recently, every time I come into California on a Sunday night, coming in or whatever, and have a Monday delivery, I do tend to notice it's more chaotic here in the area. So it tells me, Mondays are a typical day for there to be a lot of truck traffic in the area making deliveries. And once they've made their deliveries, of course, most of them want to get reloaded and get out of here. So what happens is, even if there are a decent number of loads available to send out, when you get too many trucks in the area, obviously, you're going to have more trucks than there are going to be loads. So you're going to have all the loads get taken, more than likely, but there'll be trucks sitting because there just aren't any loads to give them. And that's what happened with me yesterday. And I told my DM, I wasn't too concerned about it, because then I don't have to sit and wait on my recaps so I can roll into them. And I wanted to get some rest and all that. So I got a chance, and I didn't even really get to sleep to get real good rest until later in the evening yesterday. At the house. Yeah, it's definitely not dispatch slacking though. It was just a pure and simple case of there are too many trucks in the area and not enough loads to put them on. And in fact, a friend of mine I met up with in Mira Loma at the Flying J yesterday. I PC'd from there over to Cowboy Burgers up the street. We had lunch together. He was under a load that delivered yesterday morning, and then had another drop yesterday evening. And then they were going to give him a morning local load this morning just to keep him busy. And then he's got a pickup later this evening. So the load he had wasn't going to pick up till almost a day after his final drop on the previous load. That's another example. It's just there are not enough loads to go around for the number of trucks in the area that are ready to leave. That's right, yeah, you did come in right at the very end. I remember I was joking about how, well, look, you just showed up finally when I'm about to stop the stream or something. Maybe I was going to say, you're going to need this lane. Doesn't matter if you're going south or north on the freeway, you're going to need this lane anyway. Morning, James. Okay, so I got an empty trailer with me right now. It's basically I PC'd back to the house after I emptied and finished, and ended up meeting up with my friend down there in Mira Loma. So what I'm doing now is I'm going to deadhead to our drop yard in San Bernardino, drop this trailer, go grab the load that I need, and then head out of town with it. And let's see, we got some more people watching now and signing in. The shortest route, because the load's going to Belvedere, Illinois. I don't have any idea where it picked up at or when it got to the yard. I have an assumption, but it's just an assumption. But the shortest route would be up I-15 to I-70. And then head across 70 into Denver, and then 76 up from Denver to Big Spring, Nebraska. And then 80 across from there to what we call a Quad City area. Yeah, Davenport, Iowa, Moline, Rock Springs, or whatever that town is called, I forget. But we're not supposed to be on I-70 between I-15 and Denver, so The two alternatives are to either take I-15 all the way up to I-80 in Salt Lake City and then go across from there. That's a 50-mile detour. Or go the way I'm probably going to go, which is I-40 across. Because I don't want to deal with Wyoming roads and weather right now. Not to mention, for a tight load like this, I'll have a better chance of getting a repower. Who has the green? I can't tell. Oh, okay. Pickup on the left side's going, so he has the green. Morning, Tara. That's something to remember when you're making a left turn, I mean a right turn on a red, or any kind of situation, even if you're at a driveway or at a green light, make sure you look both directions. And actually in all directions. I've had times where someone making a right on red right across the lane from me when I have a green left turn arrow has started to make a right turn right in front of me because they just automatically assume that the person with the green, the traffic with the green light is the traffic to their left. It drives me nuts when they do that. It's like, I always want to say, are you stupid? You know, just because it's usually the traffic on that side doesn't mean it's always the traffic on that side. Look in every way. Don't make assumptions. Make sure you know, without beyond any doubt, who really does have the right of way. I also mentioned in my last stream, I think there was a video I saw recently where a truck was pulling out of a driveway, making a right turn onto the street. There was a bicyclist right in the wrong direction, went right across the front of them. Well, wrong way or right way, the bicyclist still basically had the right of way. Truck driver didn't bother to look to the right and ended up running over the bike on the bicycle itself. The rider got lucky because they got thrown off to the side, off to the left side of the truck, but the truck driver never even noticed the person. They ran right over the bike, and that's another thing. How do you not know you're running over a bike? This is how stupid people are. I mean, I can feel when I'm hitting anything. If I run over a possum or if I run over any kind of an object, I will feel it if I'm paying even remote attention. So how this truck driver evidently ran right over a bike and had no idea that he did it, it tells you just how ridiculously stupid people can be. Or careless. They're so fixated on their own little world, they don't pay any attention to even the smallest little detail, or pretty obvious details like that. Yeah, but Tom, you guys drive on the wrong side of the road too, so a right on red would be you'd be going across the opposing opposite direction traffic. So your situation, there would be a left on red, and that would be the equivalent to our right on red. Well, are you saying you guys don't make left on red either? Now there are certain intersections here that actually have signs posted or even arrows that indicate no right on red. There's actually a difference between a circular red and an arrow red. A red arrow means you cannot make the move at all, regardless. Even if you're making a right turn, if it's a red arrow, you cannot turn right on red legally. If it's a circular red, though, you can make a right on red if it's safe to make the turn. Yeah, and you're not taking away someone else's right of way. might not have a red arrow, but they'll have signs posted, no right on red. In a lot of these cases, because people are so habitually accustomed to making right on red and not paying attention to signs, a lot of times they don't notice the signs and they make the right on red anyway. So that's, I can actually make a good argument in your favor, Tom, there with only turn on green lights and never on red, because things like that happen. People get into habits. Now they habitually look to the left and only care about traffic to the left of them, and don't bother to look at traffic ahead of them or to the right. And like I said, it's not always motor vehicle traffic. It could also be a bicyclist or a pedestrian coming from your right side, or something else from the right side that they never bother to look at. Needless to say, just the whole licensing process here in the U.S. is a complete farce to me. Come on, car, you be able to hurry up? Get that speed up. There's at least some space there. You better hurry up. Pick it up. Freaking quarter mile of space in front of you. Dipshit. Find your gas pedal and get the hell out of my face. Gonna have some slowdown here, looks like, before we get to the 395. This is normal here. It's just normal commute traffic. It's gonna be probably slow going most of the way down the hill. I will admit that because American English is a newer dialect than UK, or as I call it, Queen's English. Yeah, we did kind of bastardize your language. And the funny thing is with English, it's actually a Germanic language. So it's based on German, but so much of our language actually has more Latin roots to it that you would almost not. It's hard to recognize sometimes that it really is a Germanic language. I don't know much German at all, so I don't know a lot of the similarities where I can look at it, where I can pick out particular German words that are very similar to English words. I know "and" is one. Is in German it's "und," U-N-D. There's some other words. I know so little of German, I couldn't even begin to get into that with. What words are truly Germanic based? Because I know so many that are actually Latin rooted. Where with my background with Spanish and Italian, I'm not fluent in either, but I know enough about both where I could very distinctly make out a lot of words in the English language that pair up with words in Spanish or Italian. Morning, Matt. Alright. Why did we get slowed down here? And for a freaking on-ramp that gets its own lane, that stays its own lane. That number 4 lane that just got created is going to stay there all the way to the bottom of the Cajon Pass. That made no sense. Oh, Bernardino yard then, it sounds like. Like you were, because I remember you telling me, you said if you can make it to the San Bernardino yard by the end of that shift, then you can drop it. But I guess if you weren't going to make it, they were going to have you deliver it. So that's good. And Eric Wildman is flying blind. Now Matt, where are you at now? Did you pick it up yesterday, or are you picking up today? I mean, in Pauls Valley, obviously you picked up or are picking up in Colton. They just don't know if it was yesterday afternoon or this afternoon. And Eric, where about you at now? So last I knew, let's see, if I remember right, you were heading across I-10. Brain fart on where you're going though. Excellent. Yeah. Hopefully it'll stay that way with the traffic conditions. Thank you for that, Tara. Is 18 minutes away, so traffic might not be quite as bad going down as it seems, because it's about if I recall, I want to say it's about a 14 or so mile trip from Oak Hill Road down to the 215 split. So it'll be a little slow, but not too bad if that's if my estimate is correct. And 18 minutes to do 14 miles. That's less than 60 miles an hour, but it's not super slow. Miles from Santa Rosa. Okay. Eric, you heading west or east? Heading to Stockton. Okay, that's right. I do remember you saying something about Stockton. Okay, so I might run into you today or tomorrow, because I only plan to run about 500 and maybe 50 miles today. We got a blue JCT Kenworth coming up here. Who is this? 4069. Whoever it is has been with us at least a few years, because I saw several diamonds on their truck. I'll be heading across 40 myself, Eric, and the chance I'll be might be swapping at some point in time, because I told Shay already that I have doubts, I have concerns about whether I can get my load delivered on time. Because I was coming up with about a 3 a.m. or so ETA on the 28th, and it's due at 4 a.m. And actually, I think it'll be later than that in reality. So, maybe see if they can get me a repower somewhere along the way. Okay, so Matt said he swapped in the San Bernardino San Bernardino yard and then delivered it in Colton yesterday. Wait. You were in Colton yesterday morning? What time? Because I delivered in Colton yesterday morning. Picked up again last night, shut down in Barstow. Okay. Matt, I delivered yesterday in Colton. It was a 7:30 a.m. appointment. I got there at 6:40-ish. Talking to somebody about this Cox transportation. Yeah, the truck that's 2 trucks in front of me. Because I saw one of them with the Conestoga trailer recently. And I was kind of tripping out on it because I'd never seen the Cox pulling at Connie. Usually they're always pulling, I think, reefer or drive-in or whatever they are. Like that one there looks like it might be a reefer trailer, but I can't, I need to get a better look at the side of it at least, if not up front to see if it's got a reefer unit on it. Usually I can tell structurally though that they're, the difference between a drive-in and a reefer trailer from the side though. I too far behind too much of a back angle to see what the structure is though. Okay, Matt delivered to Lineage at 9 a.m. about 4 miles from WCC. Okay. I know a few Lineage logistics over in that area. Was it the one off of Barton Road, or was it the one off of Santa Ana Street, or was it the one for going over off Market Street in Aguamanza? We got a 45 zone here for trucks coming down this grade, so that's why I'm kicking back here. Didn't pass by everybody, but I don't care. Like I say, I'm not really a speeder, so when I head out of town, when I got a 55 limit, I'll probably only doing maybe a little bit more than 55, not much. Not too much smog here either, but when we get to closer to the bottom of the pass, closer to the 215 and 15 split, we'll probably see the smog. In fact, I think I see hints of smog off in the background on the left. In between to the left of this foreground hill and the peak that's in the background. Okay, Barton Road, yeah, I know that one you're talking about. It's right there at the corner of Barton Road and La Cadena Avenue, right next to the railroad tracks. Yeah, I used to drive right past there a lot in my car when I was an aircraft mechanic. Yeah, because I'd frequently head up that way to get home, or to go visit my kids up in Rialto. Of either smog or high clouds or something, thin layer of clouds or whatever off in the distance. It's probably going to be smog once we get through all the crud. Through all the curves, Because I do notice the smog likes to congregate in what we call the Inland Empire region, the San Bernardino, Riverside areas. SUV on the cloverleaf here. Let's leave some space. It doesn't look like that hopper, or that grain hopper, is going to give him much room. Oh, I think he's backing off now. Too many assholes on the road, including other truckers. This is one of those signs where I'll try to be courteous. I played the asshole game back with people, but I don't initiate. Okay, we could also take a scenic route down into San Bernardino. Yeah, crap, got the freaking sun in the face again. Not bothering me, but I can see it's affecting you guys' view. Yeah, I'd go ahead and take the Cajon Boulevard route down just because I know some of you guys are already familiar with it, but some of you guys aren't. So yeah, I'll go down that way and take, give you guys a little bit of a scenic route. I can take Cajon Boulevard all the way into San Bernardino, actually. Oh, I put cones up here, probably trying to keep trucks from parking there at night like they always do. Yeah, usually in the middle of the night, trucks are always parking over there. But they might not want the trucks there for, maybe because it's wintertime. Yeah, come on. Yeah, as I mentioned before, being on this road in the past on the stream, when I went through CDL school, we actually used this road, basically up and down the the lower part of the Cajon Pass and up and down this road for our uphill and downhill grade training. A lot of CDL schools don't get this opportunity because, like if you live in an area like say Kansas or Nebraska or somewhere, there are no mountains. So it's kind of hard to give people grade training if they don't have grades to work with. Hey Jesse, how's it going? Mine got a little bit of spottiness on the connection here, but it should be decent overall. As you might have noticed, I got off the road at Cleghorn Road and I'm heading down what's known as Cajon Boulevard now. This section of road that I'm on right now used to be known as Route 66. Last time I had a video up of me coming through here, I had 3 cars pass me up, even though I was doing a little bit above the speed limit, and 2 of them got pulled over by a CHP for speeding. Some of you guys. I was more than a little amused when that happened, though. I'm not surprised by it either, because usually people do about 65 down here, and the limit's 55 for everybody. And I'm doing about 58 now, and I was doing about 58 last time, and that's what I was doing when they passed me up, and we're doing like 65 plus by the time they got back over, and CHP was just sitting there on the other side, basically right by the top of a hill or around some bushes, whatever, and caught him. Now in that video, though, that time around, I believe I got back on the. And of course, train buffs, this is a really scenic area for watching trains going up and down the Cajon Pass. Now, I know some other areas in the area too where, they're great for train spotting. If you're into that. Like I'm getting some hints that the stock market is down again. I know the futures were pointing up earlier, but seeing hints saying wondering what happened or something like some new development came up that caused it to turn south or something. You're an idiot. yellow, solid, double solid yellow area with the car coming the other way. Yeah, that's a brilliant move. Because you can't handle doing a speed limit. And it's not like I'm exactly doing a speed limit myself. I'm actually going a little bit above it because it's a downhill grade and where are you in? Get that son out of here. Cars behind me are all pissed. Like, why does this truck gotta go this way? And I'm thinking, why do you guys gotta be in such a damn hurry that you can't handle doing a speed limit? It's not like I'm not going a speed limit here. Marker 92, I-40 westbound in Cali. Okay, we're gonna cross paths then. Might end up being somewhere in my neck of the woods or in Barstow or something by the time we cross. If I had to guess. No, probably more like my neighborhood, Victorville area. Because I'm gonna stop at the San Bernardino yard, drop this trailer, grab my load in, and then book in that direction. Right here's the intersection of Kenwood Avenue and Cajon Boulevard. You can get back on I-15 southbound from here or go up through the town of DeVore. You can't do it in a truck, but you can do it in a regular car. Or you go straight ahead and you can get on the 215 freeway down here on the other side of the 15 at Glen Helen. Looks like one of the cars going the other behind me turned. The others are following me. Now, something else I think I mentioned before with this Route 66 or Cajon Boulevard. Those of you guys who know the famous tap dancer and crooner or whatever, Sammy Davis Jr. or whatever. Yeah, he had a bad car accident at one point in time, and if I remember right, left him blind or nearly blind or something like that, permanently injured. That accident happened right here on Cajon Boulevard, further down the road. We'll be going right through the area where that happened. I don't know exactly where it happened, but it was somewhere on this, somewhere here on Cajon Boulevard. Yeah, maybe when I get to the yard, I'll queue up that the thing about that accident. Now, younger people are probably not going to know so much about Sammy Davis Jr., but now anybody who's, I'd say at least my age or older, is more than likely going to be familiar with them. I don't really know much about him either myself, but he's, I am familiar with him. I do remember him before he died. This is Glen Helen Parkway. So I got Glen Helen Amphitheater and all that over here on the to the right of us. Come on, car. We got that white van or whatever as I'm waiting to go. All right. Ford FIV 2,000 feet. Yeah, directly over here to the right of us is Glen Helen Regional Park, and that's where they have a lot of big concerts. My first time ever there was as a kid. The US Festival back in the early 80s was held over here at Glen Helen. Yeah, I came over here, not too many years back, and actually watched, what was it, Cheap Trick, Poison, and Def Leppard perform there too. That was a good time. Since you mentioned that with Sammy Davis Jr., so I'm trying to remember how I even really knew about him, in any way. I think maybe he was on like a kids show or something that I used to watch. And 35 minutes. Okay, now a lot of these cars are going to turn here onto this side street here because they can get back on I-215 right over there at Palm Avenue. I'm going to stay here on this road though. I'll probably get on at University because this will be a little bit more of a pain in the butt driving through, dealing with the streets and stuff once we get actually into the core of San Bernardino. So I'll just plan on making my turn at, I guess over by University and then get on over there. It's seen a lot of wear too. It's really built up over the years. They've built more recently and more recent times too. Yeah, I think maybe he was on like Sesame Street or some shit like that when I was a kid. I remember, or Muppets or something. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I remember him being on one of those kids shows I used to watch when I was young though. I think it was somewhere in this general area of Cajon Boulevard. I don't know exactly where, but I think it's in this ballpark where Sammy Davis's accident occurred. I don't remember all the much of the details about it. I've read about it, but I didn't retain much, so I don't recall exactly what all happened with it, or why it happened, how it happened, what kind of injuries exactly he had. I want to say he was like partially blind though, or something. Oh, 66 and Kendall. Okay, yeah, that's right here, right where I'm at. Because Kendall and Palm are basically one and the same. Yeah, right here, the street that I just passed is... road's going to be pretty rough here, so... yeah, be kind of limited on being able to look at anything there. Big Walmart Super Center up here on the left side. That's University. I can't remember if I can easily get to it from here. doesn't it? Oh, got a bus with its lights on. Turn your lights off. You're too far away from you're so far away from the road anyway, and there's freaking railroad tracks on the other side. Who the hell's gonna cross the street here? Sometimes they think they go a little over the top stupid with some of the safety when it comes to school buses. It's good to be safe, but sometimes there's being excessively safe. We just got through the area known as Muscoy. You know, it's still technically, I think, Muscoy right here. It's basically a division, or you know, maybe a section of San Bernardino. Dude, what are you doing? Get out of the way if you're going and can't figure out what the hell you're gonna do. Looks like he's trying to head over to State Street. Or actually, I think that was the way also to get over to University. I forgot about that. So I guess straight down into San Bernardino it's going to be. I forgot, it's kind of a goofy setup to get over to University from here. Close to the hospital that I was born in. I suppose I can get on to, I think, Highland. Yeah, I think this street right here, this is Medical Center Drive. If you turn right here, it'll take you right over to the hospital that I was born in. Stop. I don't get this intersection. It's fucking weird. I can't see the... There we go. I've got green light now. Screwed up intersection for me there. Not like San Bernardino is the most affluent city by any stretch anyway. Alright, got 16th Street here. Okay. Yeah, I can just take this straight down to 5th and turn left. Oh, dude. Yeah, I used to hear rumors that it was like the murder capital of the world right here is right here on Mount Vernon. You can see, yeah, by the way the people look. I mean, I'm not saying anything to mean anything racist, but the way they're dressed and the way they present themselves, it looks like a lot of poorer people here. Baseline, I can take Baseline over to the freeway. In fact, I used to live right off of Baseline. Way over on the east end of Baseline, I used to live over in that area. Morning, Orbex. Yeah, I was actually spending the night at my house. In fact, I started the stream from where I parked my truck about a mile away from where I live. So I'm gonna cut across Baseline so I can get over to the 215 freeway, and then I'll get I'll take the 215 down to 5th Street. I can also go straight down the street and turn on 5th, but the sooner I get onto the freeway, the sooner I can be at better speeds and not have I'll have a few less lights to deal with too. Right there at the hill right in front of me is the 215 freeway. That sun up a little bit higher. Alright, here. Remember, Tom, I was talking about no turn on red. Here's one right here that says no turn on red. Because the way the intersection is set up, basically you have to go into the middle of the intersection to get to that other street. They have a sign here saying no turn on red. So that's one of those examples of intersection where even here you cannot turn right on red. Or, of course, left on red in your area, if it was the case. Now, of course, I could even just take Baseline straight across to Del Rosa, but I don't want to. Alright, no signs here saying no right on red. I'm going to clear behind me. Clear everywhere else. Yeah. Glad I won't be on the freeway long. The very next exit's my exit anyway. Yeah, I'm willing to bet they turn too, because like I say, people get in their little habits, their bad habits, really bad habits, not looking at sights. nice thing is I won't even have to get out of this lane. I just stay right here because 5th Street's the one I want anyway. Something else the cops do a lot is they respond to complaints. So if they're getting frequent complaints about people doing certain things when they're driving, then that tends to be where they focus their attention until someone else, until they start getting most of their complaints about something else in particular. The street's a little busier right now because it's Tuesday morning at 8. Probably going to have people going to all the courthouses and stuff in the area. Or to whatever workplaces. Got San Bernardino Medical Center, not too crap. Gotta wait on this car to go by before I can go around. And I had to worry about the traffic that was right behind me. Just enough to clear the intersection. Knucklehead behind me can't clear it though. To that I have to ask, what part of don't enter an intersection you can't, you can't be certain you can get out of in the first place? Do people not understand? Overcast in New Mexico, okay. The road's dry, with the weather dry at least. Arrowhead Avenue, you go down this street to get to the main courthouse here. Yeah, the county courthouse right here. It's actually right here to my right. Mountain View Avenue, just on the east side of where the courthouse is. San Bernardino Cuts Apprenticeship Academy. Alright, Sierra Way coming up. Stay green for me. Oh, I got a pedestrian going across the road anyway. Probably helped. Waterman coming up. Yeah. Alright, I need to move over because this lane's going to end anyway. What are you doing, dude? Get your brakes for the stupidest shit. Just get across the damn intersection. Not that bad. Jackass! for some Del Taco, and I gotta get fuel also in Barstow, so, or just enough, at least enough to get me into Arizona. Thought I had enough to get me into Arizona, but right now it's telling me I got a quarter of a tank, which I don't really find that believable, but what it says, I gotta assume the worst. Should be enough to get me to Barstow, no problem. Even if I do feel like it's gonna run short, which I know it shouldn't. Still got the pilot Hesperia as well. Hey, Corey. Alright, getting stopped here. Delighted at Tippecanoe. Eastbound on 5th Street. I want to make sure this guy knew I saw him and I'm going to stop on time. Saw a truck cross over on Del Rosa up there. Hey, dipshit, you see what a fucking stop sign on a bus means? What are you thinking, dumbass? Two-lane road with, you know, when the bus has a stop sign out, you have to stop in both directions. It tells you how much these idiots pay attention. Let's see if this car coming the other way is going to stop. Stopping. Probably only because it's not me stopped and waited though. Some of these people, I swear. Now the mom there was kind of looking at me and smiling, and it just kind of shrugging. Just people don't care. It's how terrible people are about paying any attention to anything. Okay, so a lot of states, if it's a 4-lane road, the traffic on the same side as the bus has to stop, but the traffic on the opposite side usually does not. Depends on the state, though. Every state has different rules. But California, now, if you, actually most states, if it's an undivided road and there's only 1 lane in each direction, does not matter which side you're on, you have to stop. Alright, got flashing red here at 3rd, and then right after you get it past 3rd Street will be the turn into the drop yard. About flying over the Atlantic. I've done it so many times, Warbucks. My time in the Air Force, I did so many trips, you know, back and forth across both the Atlantic and the Pacific. Go ahead. You're gonna get across faster than me anyway. Yeah, and it'll probably be dark anyway, and okay, airplanes, they if it's only a twin-engine aircraft, they have a certification known as ETOPS. Extended twin extended twin-engine operation, whatever. It's kind of basically what it stands for. Basically, it's certification how far away they're allowed to be from land, depending on what kind of aircraft it is. most of your jumbo jetliners like 777s and 767s are going to have a. Hang on. Morning. It's empty. Yep. No problem. Okay, so 767s, 777s, and large aircraft like that only have 2 engines on them. Maybe A3. Which ones? I get them mixed up. A330s, I think. I can't. A330s and A300s. One of them's a 4 engine, if I remember right, and the other one's a 2. I just forget which one is which. But the twin engine jets, they're all going to have a certification for how far away they're allowed to be from land. The largest they usually do is, the longest they usually do is 3 hours or 180 minutes. Alright, I want to see what this pickup behind me is going to do first before I commit to making any turns. I need to drop my empty over here back. What's up with it? We got empties over here. What the hell's going on here with this yard? That's interesting. The yard jockey here, I don't know. I'm gonna. I'll try to get it dropped to where I normally do, but the yard jockey over there is going to make it a bit of a challenge. There are usually a bunch of containers and shit here in this lot here. I don't normally see all these FedEx bobtails. I got to make sure I'm still clear of that fence over there. Yep, I'm good. Yeah, looking great. That yard mule over there with the containers it's going to make it a little trickier for me to get my trailer dropped where I want to put it. Shouldn't be too big a deal here, but I don't know why it's just sitting there like it is either. Oh yeah, we're good. Yeah, I'm gonna be real close to this yard mule though. Like a glove. Alright. That should probably do. I need to get my my padlock off this trailer too. You got snow. Where you got snow at? You said you're on I-40 and oh no, you're by Santa Rosa, I think, right? You back. Looking for an empty or anything like that, or? Oh, okay. Yeah. I noticed a couple of ours got dropped over in that other lot, but yeah, that's what he told me. The carrier guy said there was like some kind of a fuel problem or whatever on it. So that's why it's sitting there.
So you just dropped this one?
Yeah, this one's good.
All right.
It's clean and everything, ready to take. So
yeah, well, if there's a spot next to you, I'll
yeah, tight over there, but might be room. I need to take a look at which trailer I need to hook to. Okay, so this guy's trying to drop his trailer, and that's why let's see. Come on, pull up my damn messages. God, you stupid thing. I hate Qualcomm. I'm trying to look up what trailer I need to grab. 6791. Can't get the damn thing to do shit for me though. 3917. That sounds familiar. Let me go around them real quick. Yeah, you're good. I see you. Did I say 6791? Because I see 6791 right over here. Hoping that's it. I don't see anything else with similar numbers on it. Yeah, it is 6791. Okay. That looks like it's going to be a little fun to get the landing gear up, though. Might have to pull it out first and then raise the gear. Alright, 3917. Why does that sound familiar? Take a look. Look at my handy dandy little list, see if it's somebody I'm familiar. I don't recognize them, but truck number sounds familiar. Nope. Not familiar. Okay, I saw his truck previously. I think I saw his truck yesterday, I just didn't know who he was. Alright, and let me get hipped up and pull out. the seal on. You know, the first thing I noticed when I'm doing my walk around is that it's a -10 load. Okay, so I'm thinking maybe something frozen cheese or something. Especially when it's going to Belvedere, Illinois. There's a chance it's a cheese load. And I noticed that the seal on there is a bolt seal, and it says Hadley Date Gardens or something. And I thought I already was on duty. All right, so turns out, yeah, it is the Hadley Date Gardens. They're based out of Thermal. Thermal is well known for dates, you know, date palms. So it's frozen date paste basically. Can't say I've ever hauled that kind of a load before. Yeah, it's kind of unusual seeing anything remotely produce related that's going to be frozen. So I'm going to have my semi-loaded call and we'll get out of here. What is my trip number? 27398. It's a heavy one. 42,000 pounds. 7,000 cases on 20 pallets. 8 paste. Double check what it says on the BOL, what I'm supposed to run it at. I know the load assignment says -10, but okay, yeah, set reefer to -10 on the bills too. I need to know both what the BOL says and what JCT wants me to run it at. 6791. 6246, I think, is the trailer that I dropped. So number, let's see if that matches. I'll find it first. About like what I remember looking at. We'll just say 2 on fuel. Negative. Okay. Now I've got a bit of a dilemma here. I need to scale my load, but there's not a convenient scale there along my route, and I'm going to have to go by the state scale to get up to where I normally like to scale it out of here. I don't want to have to go down to the Royal to scale it. The other driver did not leave me a scale ticket. I can't guarantee that they actually scaled it either, so double check. Can't remember where the nearest cat scale is. I'd like to get it scaled down here before I go across the state scale, but nope, wrong one. I was pulling up to weigh my truck up, and I really want the cat scale app so I can look up what is the closest. Why don't you come in my truck and be your ass outside where you belong. Find the cat scale. And hear me now. No, I'm not going to Rialto Travel Center for that. That's over by the Walmart DC. Flying J. Nah, there's nothing conveniently along the route, so I'm going to say to hell with it. I'm just going to go ahead and go by the scale. Chance it might not even be open anyway. Worst case, maybe they'll. There we go. Maybe they'll just tell me to recite my tandems if. So I'll just tell them I picked up in a drop yard and don't know of a cat scale that I can conveniently go by, or that's close enough to being along my route. it sheet this direction so I can I can have more trailer swing to work with when I need to swing it. There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna cut all the way over here. Try to keep my tandems way over here to have more room to work with around this curve. We'll check, make sure nobody coming right. Nope. Date paste. That's definitely an interesting one. I'm wondering what the hell is date paste used on? And it's going to General Mills, so it could be for cereal. Like maybe they coat cereal with it or something. I don't know. Loaded.
Your name?
Scott.
Thank you.
Back over to the 215 freeway and start heading out of here. Alright, 42,000 pound load. It's going to be a fun time trying to get up to the home pass. It's not quite to the intersection, so I will go. These lights having flashing reds. Let's see, they're trimming palm trees over here to my right, to my left. Oh, you're gonna come behind me so I can actually move over? Well, that'll work. I need to make a right turn up here on the Tippecanoe. Shit over, you bastard. Freaking water jug. Likes to tip over and nothing at all, and then it likes to run into my my thermos. And at least attempt to knock it over. 3rd Street here does go straight to I-215, but the problem is when you get over where the courthouse is, you have to circle around the courthouse. Basically, you have to go to the south on, I forget that street, Mountain View or whatever, and then head back to the east, head back to the west on, I think it's 2nd Street, and then go north on Arrowhead, and then left on, and then west on 3rd to continue on to 3rd. So it's just not worth the hassle trying to get around that place. So it's better to just come up to 5th and take 5th straight across. You gonna stay green for me? Or you give me an asshole and turn red on me? Alright, good. Feels like it's performing like a 42,000 pound load. It's not a light load, that's for sure, but I'm not overly convinced that it's enough to weigh to be 42,000. Maybe it is. It's just, you know, in flat terrain though, it's just giving me a little bit of a different impression. Once I start heading up the Cajon Pass, it'll definitely give me a much better idea of what's going on with this. McCrae's Diesel Repair and Auto Body Shop. Pick up, we're in a 40 zone. You know you can go a little bit faster than you're going. Negative 28. What's wrong with that thing? My load assignment says to run it at negative 28, which is not even a possible temp on this reefer unit. They only go to negative 20. So I'll probably give them a hard time about it later on for fun. Traffic has red. Who has the green? Okay, now we do. Sorry, people. I'm going to have to crowd your lane. Race from light to light bullshit games. Yeah, that's a great place to do a U-turn. I bet that wasn't even legal. Freaking dumbass four-wheelers are in such a hurry to go around me. They have no idea, though, that I have curbside parking traffic to deal with, and And I'm wider than a normal vehicle, so it's not as easy for me to get around them without hitting them. There's a red car over here on my left side by my tandems. He was going to try to pass me at first, but then I was kind of squeezing into his lane, and he saw the oncoming traffic coming and realized the only option really that he had was to back off. It's like, if you live in this area, you should know damn well that cars are always parked along the curb here, and it's a tight squeeze. She would not have been able to get into her I assume she's getting in that car. She would not have been able to completely fit between the side of my trailer and her car, even with the doors shut. She would not have been able to make it. This is East Street and 5th. Of course, I'm heading west on 5th toward the 215. Why can't these damn lights just be nice? Twofer though, because there's left turn traffic ahead, and yeah, definitely won't. And let me guess, when I get to the light at the on-ramp, that'll be red by the time I get to it. Yeah, see, it's turning red now. Feel like a bit of a heavy load. I'm not sure if it's like super heavy, but it's, you can tell it's, yeah, definitely on the heavier side. but you didn't. Gravel truck's getting on the 210, alright. That'll help. This guy behind me is not super familiar with this area. This freaking car here, this Jeep is starting to annoy me. Yeah, I'm gonna need this lane anyway before long. As soon as we get past University, that lane's gonna disappear anyway. Dude, make up your mind. Get the hell away from me. You're gonna go slower than me, you're gonna go faster than me. Pick one and stick with it. Yeah, that was pretty smart, wasn't it, dipshit? That's why we don't speed. That's why variation of speed is not good. Because he's going to run out of lane here pretty soon. There's too much four-wheeler traffic around where I can't move over to give him the space that he's going to need. Yeah, that might be alright. I'm going to have to squeeze in between me and that guy behind me though. There's a broke down yard mule blocking part of our empty area. Not too bad overall. I saw a couple of our trailers parked in the container lot that's on the northeast end of the lot. Just not too bad overall though. Much room for empties, but you guys are bringing it loaded anyway, so yeah, when you get there, you should be able to find a spot to drop it. And I dropped 6246 in the back over by the just behind where the broken down yard mule is. You'll see it over where we're supposed to drop the empties. we're gonna cross either. I think just a little bit north of Victorville. FedEx is holding me up, but I got 3 4-wheelers that are gonna railroad me here. I hate having to lose my momentum going up a hill. You know it, FedEx is not even anybody in front of you to move over for. Stopping in Barstow also, probably to get just enough fuel to make sure I don't have any problems getting to Arizona. I'm also going to stop there at Del Taco, get myself a burrito or something. Rail delivery services. Pretty windy here. I'm glad I have a heavy load. It's not affecting me as much as it would have if I had been empty. See you on probably on I-15 somewhere, just honk horns or whatever, flip each other off or whatever on the way as we pass by. You guys will catch back up to me with that other reload anyway. So I'll be taking I-40 across Tucumcari. And I only plan to run maybe a 520 or so mile shift today. Come on, dude, you can't pack off. Are you just backing off because you don't think you can get between me and you don't think you can get around me to pass the oversize? Oh, never mind, he's getting off the freeway. Nobody immediately behind me anyway, so I might as well just stay where I'm at. different ways. So I stopped at the Maverick in Holbrook. That's where I got my fuel last. Matt Mosley's saying we got strong winds on I-40. All right, appreciate that. It's definitely a parker. I'm barely doing 35 miles an hour up this section. I know I'm going to be even slower going up the steep part.
I'm trying to phone off. Yeah, I'm just here taking it easy right behind this FedEx truck. I'm going to be on you. Tell me, I only know one speed. It's either stop or pedal to the floor. They got me pulling a heavyweight today. Baby heavy.
Alright, looks like my DM already added me to the repower monitor for on-time delivery.
Come on out when you're ready. Thank you. No worries.
Damn it. These guys are all talking to each other on the radio, getting ready to pass me, and they're all bunched up, so they're going to jam me up here.
So funny, I was blown by everybody coming up the hill, doing like 55, maybe 58 tops. And as soon as we get up there, everybody's got balls again, and they just fucking haul ass and plug up the scale. Yeah, I'm gonna let them play break the truck. Let them all get in there and fucking block it up. Yeah, they can go ahead and keep hauling out. Yeah, no, I'm good. I get trying to let some of that traffic over there die down before I head back down to Mobile. Wouldn't be too bad. You'll get a full day out of it. Yeah, that's what I say. It's not that bad. And I talked to the guys, and kind of arranged it to where the reach lift will be on the outside of the white gate. So I'll still go in and I can grab it, but I don't have to worry about somebody being there to have that back gate open.
Somebody crunched the guardrail there. backing off a little bit, so I'm gonna have to back off.
Watch, it's closed.
I hope it is. One of those for me, it's more of a time thing. Like, you know, it just takes time because you're sitting there behind a bunch of idiots, and then you got, you know, guys that they know they're overweight and they're trying to do it, or they just don't check their load, and so you got to deal with all that when you're loaded. If I'm empty, I just blow through it. I don't care.
I don't see anybody at the chicken coop.
Am I down?
Yeah, sign does say skeleton closure good. Come on, FedEx. It's not going to do me any good to try to go around you because we're going to get on the steep section in a second, and I know everyone's going to pull away from me going up the hill.
Hey, did you put a twist in that strap going over those two flanges?
Yeah, I used the excess from the 2 inches in the center right there, and then I just stuck another strap, a trashed out one underneath the 3 inch in the middle.
Wow, just because it looks like it's flopping a lot. That's why I was asking if you put a twist on it when you went over those two flanges.
Yeah, it's just the stuff in the center that's flopping a lot. The strap that's going over is, that's tight.
Yeah, no, because it looks like it's flopping too, the one on the top.
On over, FedEx. Guess he doesn't get the concept of slow traffic, keep right.
No, they never do, man.
They don't run CVs in their trucks usually either, so you pick a lane, they fucking stay in it.
Yeah, that's what you call shitty trading. Oh, now we decided to move over. Yeah, I usually wait till I get past the 138 exit, then I move over, but I already knew I'm really heavy and I'm traffic here again. Kind of got caught up in the mess.
Nice. My favorite angle of pipe on the back right there.
Basically, everybody came in to make deliveries.
Yeah, but it ain't gone nowhere. It stayed pretty good.
Yeah, everybody.
I used to fly with this back, you know.
Not only that, there was a trap around there, one on each edge. So there's one on the front, wrapped on one side, and one on the back left side.
They're getting out of range. Hey.
Hey, did you come on? Hey, did you come on?
Actually seem to be handling doing 34 miles an hour up this okay. Do not blow your cigarette asses out the fucking window here. As many wildfires as we get, and as many actually have been caused by cigarettes, you will get in trouble for that. Be in a lot of trouble if you find out you start a wildfire with it. Might be able to get away with that in a greener area, but here in California, it's not a good practice.
take the push. Good job. Don't be fast and very fast. Time on the front of it. One more to the right, or to the left. On the front.
Tractor for Lisa. No, she's not on here as far as I know.
Hey, can I get a radio check, hello, 1, 2, 3, audio radio check.
Loud and clear.
Alright, thank you, appreciate it.
Back into the Hesperia area, not far from my home. Let's see, based on miles, so my target to get to today will be either Winslow or actually preferably Holbrook. Probably end up in Holbrook. That'd be the minimum I want to get to, I would say. I want to be able to run earlier shifts. Maybe even early in the morning or late night shifts, whatever. reasonably promising that I can get it there on time. I mean, I don't think it'll be there very late, but it will probably be late nonetheless. Or just barely there on time if I'm lucky. Come on, hit your gas pedal. When that load got to the drop yard, I'm kind of curious. So I'm wondering if there's a way it would have been, I could have been told about it earlier. If you're still on here, Eric's wanting to know if you're in a black Freightliner. I believe the answer is yes. If I remember right. I know I met up with you once in Anthony. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a black Freightliner though, Eric. All the time here in Cali. Alan Ritchie, that's what it was. I always get mixed up between whether it's Alan or Aaron. Victorville, I'm about to pass by my exit now. Probably somewhere between here and Barstow, I'll probably run into Jesse Wyatt. Or or at least see his truck going the other way. Probably closer to Barstow though. I might go to Navajo, travel positive, but I gotta consider how late I'm gonna be driving. I don't want to be driving too late in the evening and have to worry about whether I'm even gonna find a place to park. So I figured if I get off the road sooner, once I meet my at least minimum that I want to get off the road sooner, then I get my 10-hour break started sooner and get rolling on my next shift sooner in the day too. Especially when I'm going east and going to be advancing 2 time zones as I go. Yeah, that'll be basically working against me as far as that's concerned too. If I can get into that area fast enough where I think I have a chance at finding a place to park in Navajo, then I might go ahead and go there, but I gotta see how things go, how things are when I get into the Holbrook area. Now, I might consider stopping at the Maverick in Holbrook. Coming up on the left, so I can't move over. Like a Chrysler 300 or something. Yeah. Overcast and dry. Okay, where are you at now, Eric? Beautiful weather here. Clear skies. 61 degrees, so not too warm, but this is not cold, and I'm able to wear shorts in this weather at least. And I tried again to give that replay video of my trip across Cabbage Pass. Posted, and because I had to remake the video because for some reason I got corrupted. I remade the video, but then tried to upload it last night while I was in bed, and the damn computer rebooted on me while I was sleeping. Or a tablet, I should say. I don't know why it did, but it did, and completely screwed up my upload. So I gotta try again. I'm gonna try again tonight when I get parked. Very frustrating. frustrating trying to get that damn thing posted. And I still have the footage from the trip down to US 6 that I want to get moved over to the computer, and I can't run my dash cam until I can get at least get the cabbage trip out of the way and get it up onto my YouTube and off my tablet so I can transfer the US 6 stuff onto my tablet. So you're by Flying Sea Ranch, or you by Klein's Corner? They're like 20 miles away from each other. One's at the 234 and the other one's at about the 214, if I remember right. Or maybe in between. You're breaking up there. I couldn't understand. Something about dropping hook. Yeah, I think it's where I'm at is that's causing it, because I'm in an area that I know commonly causes signal issues. Yeah, I'm just north of Victorville. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll be stopping there for some food and maybe a bit of fuel to make sure I can get into Arizona. Okay. Yeah, sounds like it. Huh. And yeah, it shouldn't be too difficult, but we don't have a hell of a lot of loads going into your area, so it's yeah, that's true. I mean, I can even get a Pacific Northwest load or something. Yeah, yeah, you'll get a chance to be there, especially if you get a lot of PNW loads or even what loads we do have that go into Utah. Yeah, yeah, there will be some tricks to it too, and hopefully if the freight rates go back up, maybe they'll take our pay back up too, because we were making $1.05 a mile before, plus the FSC. Now it's $1. You can actually make money with less than that, but yeah, if you can run 3,000 plus a week, yeah, you'll work toward paying the truck off faster because yeah, and I'll get to that in a second. But then, yeah, and of course, there's a break even point that you want to, yeah, if you do go with the accounting service we have, they can actually calculate approximately where your break even point is, yeah, expected to be. Yeah, it's an estimate though. It really depends a lot on your fuel purchases and stuff, but they'll check your credit, but it shouldn't be a factor in, because I told them I didn't have a great credit, and they said, oh, it's not an issue at all. It's just check it. Ouch. Nah, yeah, this is a walkaway lease, so I mean, basically, it can only help you and not hurt you as far as your credit's concerned. No, I'm getting squelch tone on my CB. I'm still driving between. I'm not too far north of Victorville. Now, so what happens is when you go to orientation, or actually before you even go, they can send you a link to like these safety and training, whatever kind of modules, or orientation modules. So some of it's more like just getting to know the company a little bit, and then that's certain safety habits they recommend and stuff, all things like that. You can either do them in orientation or you can do them at home before you do orientation. I highly recommend you do them right away when yeah, as soon as you get the link to it in your email. The reason why is because now, great example here. Last time I was at the yard, man, that orientation class looked like it was got at least 20 people in there, and which is huge. I've not usually I don't see that many people. When I went to orientation, there were only like five of us, and who showed up the day I went, and then there were maybe a few others who were there from who started like the previous Thursday or Friday and or whatnot. It wasn't that big, but yeah, when I was there just a couple weeks ago, it was the damn group was so huge they couldn't even use the orientation room. They had to use the room right next to it, where our breakdown people used to work. And okay, so they have kind of a yeah a priority order in terms of who gets to pick their trucks first. So people who've already done the orientation modules before they even show up, they get to the top of the list. So yeah, so if there's like only like three people who showed up and have already done their modules, then those three people are the first three to pick their trucks. Everybody else comes after them. And then they have other process there too to figure out what order they're going to do people in. But yeah, so it's you can try. I'm not sure. No. But, okay, yeah. So the first day you get there, what basically they'll do is they'll do first thing that as soon as you even start, practically when they get through, when when Cheryl introduces herself and and they kind of get you in front of computer terminals and stuff. They basically one of the first steps is do drug testing because they can't dispatch you once they're done with the orientation process if your drug results haven't come back yet. So the first day you're there, the first thing in the morning, pretty much they drug test everybody, send the samples off wherever the hell they're gonna go, and then I can't remember if it's the following day or the next day. The drug tests come back, and as long as you pass, then you kind of complete the process. But um, if I remember right, first day it's basically Um, they have different things. Like they talk about like reefer training because a lot of times we get drivers who may have driving experience but don't have any reefer experience. So they have a class that and then everybody, even if you have reefer experience, will have to sit in it. And she'll talk about both the Thermo King and the carrier reefer units and how the interface works on both of them and all that. So it'll be a bore to you, but on that part, but just like I say, you got to understand some people come to the company with plenty of driving experience, but zero reefer experience. Yeah. In fact, it was, and out of the group that I was with, let's see, one of the guys I actually became friends with, I don't recall him having reefer experience. Maybe he did, I can't remember, but he did Firestone tires or some shit like that before. And then there was a team truck, a husband and wife who were also starting. They had come from night, but and they had experience. But they had zero reefer experience, so they had no idea what they were dealing with that. Eh, no, and that's I mean most of your experience has been in reefer outside of the driving with Utah Transit Authority. So I know you have some dry van too, right? Yeah. All right, yeah. So that'll be easy. Then they'll talk about all these different pages on the lease contract. They'll go over what the terms are and all that kind of stuff. Basically, it's a 10% compound interest rate, and each truck is a different price depending on basically how long it's been operated before, if it even has. Because we have a bunch of brand new Kenworths, like brand new, and I think I think even a number of new hires are even getting brand new trucks. Yeah, they traditionally didn't, but because JCT bought a whole bunch of brand new Kenworths, like 400 or 500 of them, or whatever. It's usually drivers who've already been with the company and need to need to upgrade their trucks that they're already in usually get first dibs on the brand new trucks. But it's not unusual to find drivers who are brand new to the company yet are still in a brand new truck. And correct. Yeah, I'm not even sure if they have any 2016s left because yeah, and you basically have to be in a 2016 or older to pretty much have any chance at all of getting a manual transmission. Yeah. Yeah, they inspect it and then they tend to. There's one of the heck. Yeah, well, I guess I don't know if I want to call it a flaw with them or whatever, but a common complaint I've seen. People turn in their truck and they already know exactly what kind of condition it's in or whatever. And sometimes it's stuff that's even in good shape, and next thing you know, they find out their maintenance account's drained or whatever from costs that were put onto them for stuff that shouldn't have even needed to be fixed. So that's something to watch. Yeah. So in other words, they do tend to do corrections to the trucks to some extent before they issue them back out. You can do either. You can pay cash or you can use a fleet card. Usually, it's better to use the fleet card most of the time. Unless you have, unless you end up stopping at a place that is going to be cheaper, even that doesn't give the fuel rebate regardless, and is cheaper than the Pilot and Flying J's in the area that also have the rebate. Oh, who's this? I got a JCT coming out of the way. That might be Jesse. Yeah, it is 3952. That's Jesse. All right. So yeah, that's a friend of mine. He actually watches my streams. Yeah, he just yeah charge us 4,000 when we upgraded. Ouch. Okay, yeah. Now that's Jesse, the guy who just passed the other direction a second ago. He just talked on my stream about yeah, when they upgraded trucks, they got charged like $4,000 on their maintenance account. Yeah. They'll teach you to an extent, but what'll really help you more is network with other drivers. We do have mentors also. It's like I'm not technically a mentor, but one of our planners does usually refer drivers who are having struggles to me, and then we actually do have other people who are actually mentors. Yeah, because there are ways that can be worked with. Yeah, yeah. Now the other thing is trying not to live on a shoestring budget. Don't just because you make money, don't spend it all. Yeah, there you go. And yeah, the more you can save, the better. And then yeah, because and don't forget, you need to sideline money for taxes because the taxes can be a killer for some people. Where They like the money they make, but they don't put any money aside to pay their tax bills with, and then they get into a big rut because of it. That might vary from driver to driver, but my accountant had recommended that I put about 25% of every paycheck aside. But now when I get my profit and loss statements at the end of each quarter and see what my actual tax was, it usually came out to less than what the amount I withheld was. But yeah, but then I still have to file in personal income taxes as well later on. And yeah, but then the money that I pay toward taxes, with those quarterly taxes bills or whatever, they, that's also part of your income tax. Hello? Yeah, yeah, pretty much it. And then, well, I'm not saying you won't, but yeah. So let's just say my estimated tax payment each quarter is like 1,500 to 1,900 or so, because that's about where it normally ends out, somewhere in the 1,500 to 2,000 a quarter range. But well, no, because if you do the accounting service, JCT automatically sends them your settlement, so they can break everything down, and then if you have other things that you can claim as a deduction, yeah, you can scan them in on an app called Cam Scanner and email it to them. Yes. Yeah, yeah. No, they'll give you the code, and plus the code, the 4 character code for the company is also on the front of each transflow sheet. Okay, yeah, I've seen. I think I remember Casa Grande, Walmart do the same way. Yeah, we do all of ours through TransFlow. Hyping yourself up. Yep. Yep, they keep it on record. Now, who's this? We got 3804 Charlie, blue Freightliner going the other way. All right. Yeah, when you do get to us too, you'll see a lot of us on I-40. Yeah, the only customers that I've been to over there in the 2 years I've been with us on a receiving end would be Americold, Associated Foods over in Far West. I know I've heard of people going to the Walmart DC there in Corinne. Yeah, we don't do a lot there, but I know we do have loads that go there. I just not done one yet myself. Oh, that's good. Yeah, you can do that, and the load speeds are actually pretty good. I mean, at least for me, I do know people like my friend Scotty. He also streams live. Actually, he's the one who kind of got me on the streaming live myself. Yeah, no, yeah, I don't think he's ever driven for steering line. He used to drive for Swift, but yeah, he's been driving. He's driven his own truck before too. Um, I forget how much experience he has. It's over a decade. I know that. I don't recall. Maybe some people watching my stream because there are people on my stream who regularly watch him too. So and they look like somebody I know. I just what? What is- uh, hey, mind if I give you a call back in a few? All right, cool. Yeah, I just stopped. I'm gonna get some food from Del Taco and then get out of here. So, all right, bye bye. All right, I'm at the Del Taco here in Barstow. I'm gonna get me some grub real quick, and then I'll head over to right around the corner to Flying J, get some fuel. Yeah, get some, get just a little bit of fuel. I have a little over a quarter tank that I know of. I can't guarantee I can make it to Lake Havasu City with that, so I'm gonna I'm gonna get a bit of fuel over here across the street just to be sure the hell out of here. So, be here, be back in a few minutes here. There's kind of a white van right over here. Can't tell for sure. Let me take a look. I don't know if he's got location sharing on. Nope, he doesn't have it. Alright, I don't have time to screwball around too much. Alright, let's get over to Flying J and get some fuel now. 5326 is my trip number. I gotta scale my load over there too. A sports team or something. These guys all wearing the same outfits. Look like warm-ups or something. Oh, UNLV, okay. Students, whoever they are. I need to make a right turn here. And I'm just loving how these freaking... I can't be sure who has the green light now. Yeah, here. This is one of those cases where I'd rather this white van go first so I know for sure that I'm clear. Scale first, and then I'll come back around and get fuel. Are not going to make back in getting onto the scale the easiest, are they? Let's see if yeah, I should be alright. Yeah, I'm good. Looked like it was more difficult than it was, but no, once I squared up with the lane, my towns were actually lined right up. Oh, I got a blue Kenworth right in front of me. Truck. Yeah, that's where I'm at. I don't care. Back. 6791. Accept. Accept the fee. And now just wait for the skill master to approve it. We're processing already. Oh yeah, we're good. 11,400 on the steers. 31,960 on the drives. 32,540 on the tandems. And 75,900 gross. What do we got here? 34.92. coming in at the same time are going to complicate things, aren't they? Ah, crap. This guy's just barely getting out to fuel. Or is he even going to fuel? Is this guy trying to get by or what? Is there no room? This has got room now. Let's get my fuel purchase set up. Pilot, your landscape view could use some refinement. Yeah, I might as well get some def while I'm here too. What is this JB Hunt guy doing? Because I saw him go over to this passenger side earlier. Shit, might as well eat my quesadilla while I'm here. I just love it when nobody seems to be doing anything productive at all in the fuel island. Okay, this guy's washing his windshield, so that's more excusable. Sure, Melton, you can have that one. My tandems are set up like shit for that spot. I'm not even going to try. Melton's not even trying to get over there. Good. Want it? My tandems. Yeah. He was trying to be nice, but my problem is my tandems are way over off to the right. There's no way I can get into that spot without creating a big problem, so it's better for me to just stay where I'm at and set up for this spot where JB Hunt's at. Either that or find out where Resistance and Logistics is. He's about done. Look at he was just here washing his windshield. Windows, I mean. That's cool. So he's like, at least he's not just sitting here hanging out in the damn fuel island doing nothing useful. I didn't deal with the driver stopping here to wash their windshield, their windows. Totally acceptable there. Alright, on duty, fuel. Double check what my code is. Okay. done here. Just gotta wait on JB Hunt to come back to his truck and get out of here so I can get out of here. Alright, so Del Taco, I ended up getting my usual for lunch. This guy's coming back to his truck right now, but got a quesadilla, a spicy jack quesadilla, and a Del beef burrito with extra cheese. Sometimes I go with some other stuff, but yeah, if you ever eat a Del Taco, that one there is the one to go to. The rest of them, anything outside Barstow, not the biggest, hugest fan of. Alright, JB Hunt's about to leave, so means I'm about ready to get out of here too. How much you want to bet he's going to use the wrong lane when we get over there to the intersection at Linwood Road? Everybody always does. They always use the inner turn lane when they're going to get on the northbound side, but in reality, it doesn't matter which side you're going to. Trucks should be in the middle lane over there. Because you can use both the inner lane and the middle lane and still get on the northbound freeway. I usually drive down with this intersection just because of that. Well, it looks like right lane's closed anyway, so it takes away people's ability to do that. Look, I have nothing to worry about now. Yeah, I heard this Dickie's barbecue pit closed down. What a shame. I like eating there too. Get on I-40 a few miles from here, and it'll be a 155-mile trip from there to Arizona. Okay, oh, I have the green now. I could tell the light was changing to red for the cross traffic, but I had to wait to see who was going to get the green next. I tend to like Del Taco over more than Taco Bell. Depends on which stores we're talking about, though. If we're talking about Barstow, hands down Del Taco, no question about it. If we're talking about any Del Taco in general outside Barstow, though, yeah, I'm not so sure, because I don't like the quality of the food that a lot of Del Tacos put out usually. So these Del Tacos here in town, because the guy who founded the entire Del Taco company, he personally owns the 3 stores here in town. This is Barstow's where Del Taco even started. The founder's name is Ed Hackbarth. Yeah, I got a truck bearing down on me, and my lane's going to end in a second. Let's see if I can get my speed up before we get to that point. tortillas. They don't fry the crap out of them and all this other kind of stuff and make them taste like crap. Maybe Hunt, unless you're getting on 58. Okay, I guess you are. Say, no point. Dude, do you really have to slow down? When you know damn well my lane's ending? Idiots. Funeral on eastbound 40, and I assume you mean Tijeras Pass. That would be the pass in between Albuquerque and Edgewood. Del Taco quesadilla and Taco Bell quesadilla, yeah, no doubt about it. The Del Taco one is way better. Well, like I said, comparing you can compare a regular Del Taco quesadilla from any other Del Taco location outside of Barstow versus Taco Bell, and yeah, I'm not quite so sure I'd give Del Taco the edge there. Pretty sad. Downhill grade here, going on to getting down into I-40, and not to mention all the Vegas traffic passing me by. Eric Wildman, 20 miles to go and then done for the day. He's stopping in Albuquerque, I think you said. Sounds about right based on your location. Yeah, I'll let you know where I end up stopping tonight. I assume it'll probably be Holbrook, though. Perhaps the Maverick in Holbrook. It's not getting too late in the day by the time we get to Holbrook, and yeah, I might get a little further, maybe up to Navajo Travel Plaza or something. That's be another 40 miles. Lord, all the other trucks that I'm seeing behind me are also coming this direction. So far, nobody's staying on I-15. Yeah, now I see one staying on I-15, but everybody else seems to be going this way. 4 different trucks. Got one getting ready to pass me now, and I got 3 more I can see in the background. PTL. It's not Pascal Transit Lines, is it? It's usually Pascal Transit Lines trucks actually say, I mean, they'll say PTL, but they'll also say Pascal Transit Lines on the sides of them. Some other company, another company with PTL initials. Alright, got looks like a Peterbilt coming up, and then an Estes yellow truck, Tom. Mosley stopped in Kingman for fuel, and you're going eastbound toward Paul's Valley, if I recall. Let me know where you're going to stop for the day, Matt. Well, yeah, you'll probably outrun me anyway, because you said you started in Barstow. And I'd already logged a good 100 miles by the time I got to Barstow, so... Yeah, unless you cut it short today, I definitely won't be catching you. Be just outside Albuquerque. Okay. Hell, you and Eric might be able to meet up then if you guys end up stopping at the same place. As it did yesterday or the day before. Oh shit, you guys are going to probably end up meeting up just by talking to each other on my stream. That's all good, you guys ought to get to know each other. Pick a spot and meet up with each other. Where are you stopping at, Matt? You gonna stop at Route 66? Or Dancing Eagle or Sky City or what? Matt, no, on that, on your pickup, because you don't have an appointment time, I assume, so that's a very normal thing with those loads. They usually want to know when you're going to be there first, and then they'll try to schedule you for something for a time that you can actually make. But Walmart has to give a block of appointment times that actually will work with your ETA. So yeah, that's very normal on those loads there. Message asking for the POs. That's interesting. maybe I'm kind of wondering if the CSR didn't get that information from the load info. And that should be in the load info already. I don't get that. It sounds like the CSR needs to schedule delivery of the specific POs, so Walmart in Paul's Valley knows which POs they're going to be scheduling for that time. But then the question is, why does the CSR not know what the POs are on your load? They should already know if it's on the load info. I'm not getting there. Yeah, that sheet you're talking about with all the PO numbers on it. I had one load that I picked up there, went to Harrisonville. To get to Harrisonville, realized they didn't give me that PO sheet. So when I get to Harrisonville, they're like, yeah, I can't in-check you because I don't know the PO. I need the PO sheet. So I had to go outside the gate and get a hold of dispatch. And of course, it's in the middle of the night. And they had to get a hold of Walmart, and Walmart had to send fax the information over to the receiving office. And then once they got it, yeah, I was told to go ahead and check back in, and then when you get to the guard shack, tell them the office already has your information. Okay. So that was a pain in the butt. Change the brakes out on your truck. Well, the limit is 1/4 of an inch, so. And they say it's the thinnest part, but I also hear people say basically it only counts at the bottom. I usually plan on changing them when, because you know there's 2 layers of the brake pads. It's like the bottom layer is a thicker section, and then you'll see like a groove between the 2 layers when you're looking at them. Usually when it gets down into the first, basically when it wears down to where there's no groove at all and it's only just that one section left, that's usually when I change them. Walmart though, and in Colton, kind of laugh every time they ask me, have you been here before? I'm like, so yesterday I checked in for my delivery, and the girl has seen me before. I know I recognize the guard who I checked in with. She's like, have you been here before? I'm like, yeah. I kind of laughed. I said, I practically live here. And she laughed also. So, okay. And I could see on the sticker that she was giving me door 122. So, okay, door 122, all right. following that truck so closely? Brakes can last a pretty long time, but it depends on how you use them too. Like my truck, I have yet to change any of the brakes on it, and I've had it for 2 years. And they're still not near worn down yet. I mean, not even that close to the point where I'm going to end up needing to change any. I'm trying to use Jake brakes as much as I can, and well, I know you got your wife on board though, so when she's sleeping, sometimes you have that issue of trying not to be too rough with the movements of the truck to help keep her asleep, perhaps. So in your environment, I'm not sure. I might use the Jake brakes a little bit less than I would on my own. But even then, once I tend to get, usually once I'm down to about 35, 40 miles an hour, I tend to use more of the service brakes. I tend to use the Jake brakes more when I'm slowing down, more when I'm in the higher gears. You know, where the Jake brakes are not too effective anyway, but they help a little bit. Did Scotty make it to his first drop in Oklahoma City, or did he run out of time before that? Because I know he's, if I remember, he has 3 drops on now, though. One in Oklahoma City, one in Norman, if I remember right, and then another one in Dallas or something. I know it's all along the I-35 corridor. What I can do, maybe when I shut down for my 30, because I'll probably end the stream when I do my 30, and then I'll restart a new stream when I do the second half. I can probably get out and show you how much brake pad I have left. After 2 years of driving, you know, and you'll see it. I'm still doing all right. It's not even questionable that I'm okay. Stone fire. More than enough. Facebook or friends with me on there or whatever, I posted a video there yesterday of this is compilations of trucks that either got blown over by wind or that almost got blown over and managed to save it. That was a pretty good put together video though. Because I was showing our roommate basically how different it looks when the truck is doing something to cause the blowover and to roll over versus when the wind actually does it. There's a very obvious difference between the two when you see. But anyway, there was a song that was playing in the video that I'd never heard of before, but I was like, this is a catchy tune. Actually, both my roommate and I were both thinking the same thing. Matt Mosley, and head out for Flagstaff and come back when you're under 30. All right. We will talk to you later then, Matt. I'm going to get my friend a call again, the one who's coming to JCT. Get him whatever prep he can for how to survive here. It's not everybody is really cut out for JCT driving. Not saying anything bad about the company. It's just not everybody can really do lease and actually make it work. What's happening? Uh, you said you're going to Richfield, right? That's the one on I-70 over there by Saline or Sydney or whatever that damn town is called, right? Salina? Yeah. Already. Oh, okay. Yeah, every weekday, as far as I know. Usually people start on Monday, but you don't have to start on Monday. Uh, yeah, today's Tuesday. Yeah, I'd say probably, well, a couple of weeks would be probably a good idea because I have to put in for the time to get over there and get you picked up and all that. And trust me, you don't want to ride the Greyhound. Yeah, those idiots lost my luggage. They lost my luggage. When I got hired by JCT, I rode the Greyhound from San Bernardino to Tulsa. Okay, I transferred buses in Phoenix. I transferred buses. My luggage did not. After a bunch of jumping through hoops, yeah, but I eventually got it back, but not till like a good week and a half later. So yeah, when I got to Tulsa, I'm like, where the hell's my bag? Yeah, it was my check bag because I brought like a pillow or two and a blanket. That way, when I got on the truck, I'd have something to sleep with, and it came in handy on the Greyhound too. Um, and then I had my backpack with me, which I had my toiletry bag with me, but I didn't have any change of clothes. And then my medical qualification stuff was in my check bag. My extra Greyhound ticket that I had because I originally was going to take off, depart from Victorville. But then when I found out that the Victorville bus goes to San Bernardino and sits there for 2 hours before it leaves, or 2 or 3 hours, I'm like, well, why the hell would I leave from Victorville then? I could just have my wife take me down to San Bernardino. It's a half-hour drive, and we can hang out when it's time for the bus to leave. Then she can head off and do what she's got to do. So, yeah, I had an extra bus ticket that I was supposed to take back and give to the recruiter to get a refund on it. And I was originally going to, but it was more expensive to do that. And at the time, I can't remember. I didn't think I had a lot of like spare money to work with to pay the extra costs at the time. And you can fly, but they'll only pay you whatever the cheapest means of transportation is. Let's just say Greyhound or whatever is the cheapest way to transport you. Then that's the highest amount they'll pay. So you'll get, let's just say, now in my case, the Greyhound ticket I think was $160 or something like that. But yeah, let's just say renting the car would have cost me like 400 or something. Yeah, between renting it, yeah, and then renting it and paying for gas to get over there. Then I would have paid 240 out of pocket, and they would have paid 160 of it. Yeah. So, but I think I already looked up yesterday from Layton to our yard is just a little bit less than 1,200. Stop for and just get out and stretch my legs, whatever. Especially if I'm feeling a little blah, whatever, but not really fatigued enough to want to stop and take a nap or anything. Then yeah, I'll get out. Maybe every 150 miles or so, stop, get out, even just for a few minutes, and then run another 150, do my 30, run another 150, stop and get out for a little bit, and then run another 150 and end my shift. And right there, it's already a 600 plus mile shift running that way. Yeah, 68 pedal, 70 cruise. Yeah, just run whatever you feel comfortable with, or get used to it, whatever. Oh yeah, I've done over 700 mile shifts. My best shift so far is 7:30, and I actually had time to do more. I think I could have gotten a 740 plus out of that shift, but yeah, and that's actually not a bad practice. Even more so if you like to do 8-2 splits. So like, if you're like me and you never sleep for 8 full hours, let's say you can do 8-2s. So maybe instead of doing a 30-minute break in the middle of your shift, do a 2 hour break. And then, yeah, and then at the end of your shift, just do an 8 hour sleeper birth period. And let's just say you sleep 5 hours or whatever. You still got 3 hours of twiddling your thumbs or time to do whatever the hell you want to do. You go run around or who knows. You still have 3 more hours to do whatever and then get moving once your 8 hour sleeper birth period is up. And if you do the 2 hour break in between the halves of your drive shift, let's say like you're talking about right there where you ran 5 hours, then do a 2 hour break and then run another five. Okay, so you would end your shift with about an hour left on your clock. Yeah, when you do the 8 hour sleeper burst, because if you did the 2 hour minimum break in between, in the middle of your shift, then the 5 hours that you did on the first half of that shift comes back to you at the end of your 8 hour sleeper break. So it means you get 6 hours to work with before you have to shut down again for another 2 hour break. And usually, yeah. And yeah, I like that flexibility, especially when I drive at night a lot. Yeah, because there are times I get sleepy and want to stop for a couple hours, and when I yeah, because when I do a 2 hour break in the middle of my shift and then an 8 hour sleeper berth at the end of the shift, then I don't technically need to do a 30-minute break. I can just, instead of the 30-minute break, do the 2 hours, and then instead of a 10-hour break at the end of the shift, I can just do 8 hours. Oh, yeah, that's kind of micromanaging. Yep. Hello? 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 I think you're going into a bad area. What? You're in Salt Lake City right now? Hello? 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 Nope. Call got dropped. Hey, James, can you do me a favor and find out when Scott's Load is due in Oklahoma City? Because if he does a reset and there's, that's a possible spot where I could swap loads with them if it comes down to it. Because I don't think I can get my load delivered on time. So, yeah, Oklahoma City I don't plan to go through, but it's a possibility. Yeah, but more than likely I won't want to go that way anyway. It's just a matter of whether they have anybody available to repower my load. I don't mind going up there and delivering it myself, but the problem, like I said, the problem is the ETA there. I don't think I can get it delivered on time. Hello. Yeah, that's a lot better now. Yeah, I don't know if it was me going through a bad area or you, but I think you said you were going through Salt Lake City. Okay, it might have been my connection then. I just got past the rest area. In between Barstow and Ludlow. Can be, yeah. Belvedere, Illinois. But yeah, I can't deliver it on time, no, more than likely, because it's due the 28th at 0400, and when I did a quick check when I was at the house still, it was looking like it was going to be at least 3 a.m. that same day for my ETA, which, yeah, that's not good. No, they usually try to repower first. Yeah, they'll do whatever they can to make the appointment time work, and they'll only reschedule if there's just no hope of it. Uh, yeah, swapping. Yeah, they're pretty aggressive about it here. For if there's any load that is running behind schedule, yeah, they won't hesitate to try to get swaps done, and then they're pretty aggressive too about trying to swap people out to get people home when they're trying to get home. There's a macro you submit to tell them you want to be home at such, you want to take time off at such and such location on a certain date, whatever, and for a certain amount of time. And then that way that it's in your notes, and then the planners, yeah, the DM and planners can see what's going on there and try to get you something that'll get you there. So sometimes you have to coordinate, especially like let's just say you trying to get into Utah. If you're trying to get home, they would have to get you to a location where they can get you to the following load is a shipper that actually does loads into your area. So like Blount'sville, Alabama to far west Utah, that was one route that I did. So let's just say you want to get home, then maybe you'd want to get somewhere into that into that region, Tennessee, Alabama, or Georgia, or somewhere, or even maybe the Florida Panhandle or something, and then reload in Blount'sville and take that out to far west. Yep. Time management has always been, no matter what company you're with, that's an important factor, but a lot of people don't know that. Correct. Yeah, in fact, I think the other one, I can't remember if I sold it to somebody or if it's still sitting in my garage. Yes and no. Yeah, a lot of people don't like the Carrier Comfort Pros, which is what I have, but mine has overall been just fine. I did get it serviced and little issues, issues with it taken care of last year, and then for a long time, like for God, at least probably a good year, it worked just great. Never had to idle my engine, and the APU always did great for me. Then some point in time this winter, okay, my AC doesn't blow cold air now. It's warm, and I need to get that looked at. So next time I'm at the yard, I'm gonna ask them to look at it. And then recently, when I went to the yard, my APU was not blowing hot air, and or wasn't blowing enough pressure. And then when it was blowing anything, it was too cool. No, but the newer trucks, the new Kenworths we have tri-packs on them, which is the Thermo King APU, and those actually have an SFAR heater with them. Yeah, correct. Yeah, no, but I have an inverter that can pull power anyway, and then I have another outlet that runs only off the APU. Yeah, you get them both. Yeah, they automatically put it's a 1500-watt inverter. All of our trucks come with them. Uh, yeah, I'm not sure what the output power handling capability of on the APU is, but I say my inverter is 1500 watt. The only thing I have plugged into it is my tablet and my TV. No, I have my tablet. It's actually a laptop slash tablet in one. Yeah, it'd be easier to just tell you it's a Samsung Galaxy Book. It's basically like a laptop, but it's really a tablet, and it runs off Windows 10, and it has its own cellular connection. So it has its own service. I don't have to hotspot or Wi-Fi into anything else. I can just use its own inherent connection. And yeah, and then I have an adapter I use. It's because my tablet only has USB 3 or USB C, whatever it's called, connectors. So yeah, I use one of them for my charger, and then the other one, I usually have my mouse plugged in. But when I want to watch stuff on the TV, I have an adapter I bought from Best Buy, where it basically it's a USB-C hookup to the tablet, and then you can hook up both HDMI and regular USB like 2.0 or whatever to it. Yeah, yeah, that'll work depending on your situation. Like for me, I wanted something that could do both USB B and HDMI at once because since I only have those two ports, and one of them I use to charge the tablet. The other one, and I don't like to use my tablet without a mouse. It has a touch screen, and I can use it just like a regular tablet, but much rather use a mouse. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm glad I got this Samsung Galaxy Book on my Verizon account because it's been a godsend ever since I got it. No, I can sit there and watch Netflix, Hulu, Amazon Prime, or whatever, or watch other people's streams, or even anything else on YouTube, whatever, anytime I want, whether it's on my tablet or the TV. No, I'm still on that group. I lurk more than anything, though, or once in a while I'll see stuff get posted. I don't spend a lot of time going through my news feed, but more often if I happen to see something in my news feed that's posted to there, okay, great, I'll look at it. Or if I get a notification about something posted there, then I'll look at it. But I don't usually go actively going straight to the group and scrolling through all the posts. There's too much troll shit in that group anyway. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's all you get there is a bunch of idiots. And then the Swift done screwed up again group. That used to be just not too bad, but it's starting to turn into a big troll group now also. Yeah, not even worth it. Oh yeah, Scotty. Yeah, my friend. He drives for us, and I was telling you he also streams on YouTube. And damn it, stupid freaking bumps. All right. Okay. Yeah, I was telling you he used to drive for Swift, and yeah, he used to have his own truck that he drove with him as well. Yeah, and sometimes he'll post stuff on there just to mess with people, and Like, look at this idiot, or, doing this or that, whatever, and then it's actually a picture of his own truck. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I would say, go across Wyoming and I-80 sometime. When at a time when there are a lot of trucks off the road. Yeah, find out how much of it's actually Swift or any mega carrier, and how much of it's the smaller companies. Yeah, you will see a carrier wrecks up there too, but yeah, like you're saying, I probably see at least as many that are independents or whatever than I do anything else. Yeah, exactly. 'Cause like I said, Swift, when they had 26,000 trucks before, let's say about a 10% accident rate, that's 2,600 trucks. That's more than 3 times the size of JCT as a whole. Yeah, there are a lot of idiots. I had people when I was training on the OTR side of JCT. I mean, Sierra England, whatever. Or no, yeah, I had one when I was in the Walmart fleet. I can't remember. Not too long before I think I had you on the truck. I had a woman from North Carolina. Um, well, we were, and I know I was in the Walmart fleet when I had her. We were coming back to Colton from Salt Lake City area, and we'd stopped at the Loves in Vegas. And I'm outside the truck like I always was, you know me. Outside, super, overseeing what she's doing, letting her do what she doing her own thing, but I'm also watching everything. And some idiot, because she was trying to back into one of the spots right in front of the Catskill there. Okay, so then, and then I hear some guy from over on my right side, as I'm facing the building. He's coming from my right side. Basically, we're at the exit end of the fuel island. Walking, I hear him say, "Hey," trying to get my attention, whatever. So I look over there and I see some dude walking, down the lane and looking right at me, and like, so I ignored him. I'm busy watching my trainee back, and making sure she's doing everything okay, and letting her try to work her way in. And she was not in any danger of hitting anything. I was watching the whole time, and and I hear her trying to get my attention again. Hey, yo, whatever. And I look again, and the same thing. He's still walking toward where my truck is at, and he's still looking at me. I'm like, I kind of give him this, what the fuck, dude? What's your problem? It's like, don't you see I'm trying to do my job? Don't mind your business, kind of thing. And then he gets closer to the where my truck is, and he's say, yo, whatever. I'm like, again, like, what the fuck's your problem, dude? And then I figure out he's the driver of the truck that's right next to us on the side. There's like a True Value or Ace Hardware or whatever, one of those two companies' trucks. And he was parked in the spot on our side. And this idiot, he was, he was so overly dramatic just because the Cedar England truck was backing in next to him. That Yeah, and now my trainee already had the trailer halfway into the spot, but the tractor was still working its way in when it's still partially, somewhat in front of his spot. So guess what? This idiot does. He gets all overly dramatic and then goes flying out of his spot and squeezes into the space, but it's in between my tractor and trying to work his way out by the trailer, the front end of the guy on the other side of him, just to get the hell away from us. I'm like, are you really that stupid? It's like you see me all the way across the lane, looking right at my trainee. I'm in clear view of her. I'm clear view of your truck. I'm clear view of my truck, and I'm walking back and forth between the blind side and the sight side, making sure I know everything that's going on. And yeah, these are the kind of dumbasses we have in the industry. Oh yeah, just because they drive for England or Swift or whoever, they're automatically a freaking moron or something. Yeah, yeah, and what's up? Yeah, and then okay, and here's something else on that note too. Why do so many people have accidents? Because they're inexperienced, or maybe they're being taught by inexperienced people, or maybe they're taught by experienced people who just don't want to do their job, or are really not so great, as regardless of how much experience they have. Because there are people like that. I see people who are 20 and 30-year experienced people who are freaking idiots. Yeah, and then yeah, that is true. And it's sad though, because there are stereotypes that are well deserved at times. Like it's like you were saying when you got hired into that fleet you're in now. Then you say normally every time they get someone from Cedar England over there, they have to practically retrain them. Yeah, I remember I still have I think a couple of videos on my YouTube of you back in my truck in the docks, like that one drone view we did, and where were we at? Provo or somewhere? Oh yeah, that's what it was. Leighton. Ah, yeah, because I was saying that you had a really good grasp for what you were doing, and there were a couple little mistakes, but you were figuring them out too.
That what? Yeah. Well, same here. Because one of the other things with that too is it's not necessarily an issue of how difficult my backing is. I want to be in a spot where I know the adjacent spots are easy to get into, so there's less risk of me getting hit by somebody. Exactly. Yeah, that's how I look at it. I don't want to be in those kind of spots because exactly that. Is it- Yeah, so I mean, I was just talking to somebody else. One of our drivers, um, one of our another JCT driver, and I was in the dock door yesterday. I've talked to him before because and I've heard I knew of him from other people, and then I've talked to him before personally, and he's been with us. He's in a brand new truck. Okay, he had his own unique color of truck with us before. He had a red Peterbilt that was not the same kind of red that any other JCT truck was because he had already paid off his other truck, and they had basically told him take your pick what you want, and he took that and it was a 10 speed, and and he had paid it off. And then I had heard the story that he got rid of the truck. I didn't know for sure. And then I go show up at Sam's Club yesterday morning to deliver. Guess who's in the door right next to me? Yeah, it wasn't the same truck, but I could tell it was the same guy, Brian. So when I got docked in, and he actually helped me with spotting because when I came into the spot, because I forgot there's plenty of room in between the between the doors. But I'm so used to it being a standard like 12 foot, even though it's that narrow setup lane. So I'm coming back, and I realize who's this here? Got silver Kenworth 4266. Uh, Sorry, squirrel moment. I got to talk about those. The other JCT trucks I see going the other way, I always point them out. Yeah, I always wave at them and see if they wave back, whatever. See if it's somebody I know or whatever. Like like earlier when I was almost into Barstow because I had already been talking to Jesse. He's here watching my stream also, and I knew that they were on their way into Barstow and they're going to end up at the drop yard. So I knew I was going to cross paths with them more than likely between Victorville and Barstow. And then, and I see the truck going by. It's like, yep, that's definitely his truck number, and that's definitely him I see in the driver's seat. So, yes. Yeah, for the on the phone call part, they can hear me talking, but they can't hear you. If I had you on speaker, it'd be a different story, but I don't normally do that unless the person's okay with it. Even then, the audio is not always the greatest for discussion. So, yeah, I'll have to show you the spreadsheet I use, and I highly recommend, very strongly recommend keeping have a good record keeping system. Even if you don't have a computer or whatever, a good way to have a spreadsheet set up. at least use a pen and paper, like notebook, that kind of thing, and keep a log of things like your miles and then how many gallons of fuel you're buying and all that. And then every trip, set limits on how many gallons of fuel you can buy on that particular trip. Not necessarily that. So here's a good example. If you pull a truck, gets an average of 6.85 ish, 6.8 to 6.85 miles per gallon. That's not that great, but remember, I'm in a 10-speed truck, and I also tend to drive 70 miles an hour. If I was in a brand new Kenworth with a 12-speed auto, a lot of those guys are getting, I think, 8 plus or something at times. I don't know what they're getting long term, but because I don't know anybody who actually keeps a long term record system like I do. So usually the only thing people know is, oh yeah, since I've been driving for the last month or whatever, I've gotten this or that, whatever miles. Okay, that doesn't tell me anything. Yeah, it tells me what you've been doing this month, but it doesn't tell me what you've been doing for a year or two or even longer period. So, all right. So what I do, let's just say I empty in your area. Let's just say I delivered in Far West, and then they're gonna have me pick up in Hiram at the JBS plant, and maybe take it to, I don't know, Tracy, to the cost supposed. And what, 180 miles per tank or half a tank in some ways, and I'll get into that, because there's some detail on that too, because there are short-term versus long-term considerations that you should make. Like here, coming into California, it's a great place to consider this. Okay, you can either stick with that plan where, okay, I only need 100, or on a typical trip, I might need about 240 to 260 gallons of fuel. From start to finish, I might need about that amount. But now let's just say I'm coming into California, and the amount of fuel that's all I need for that particular trip. Maybe it'll get me to the customer in Cali, but might not be, probably won't be enough to get me out of Cali before I have to buy fuel again. So the trick there sometimes is to just go ahead and get extra fuel, more fuel than you need for the trip you're on. And it's going to cost you more in the short term. So let's just say you buy an extra 30 gallons of fuel that you don't need yet. Okay, and at $3 per gallon, that's $90 that you're going to cost yourself in the short term. However, when you go into California, and you'll then have enough fuel to both get into Cali, go get your reload, and come back out of Cali, and still not need to get fuel until you're already out of the state. It can make a big difference. Now, just even using Lake Havasu City or Ehrenberg, which are the two places on like I-10 and I-40 right outside Cali. Places that are right in front. That's kind of being associated with these tips and stuff. Or yeah, let's just say it's. But in the past, I know were higher. Yeah, there was like a point where it was like 360 a gallon in Lake Havasu, and then you could go to Barstow and at the Flying J or Pilot, and it'd be 405 a gallon. Yeah. Okay. So if you're okay, that's a 45-cent per gallon difference. Now let's just say you buy 100 gallons of fuel in Lake Havasu and then 100 gallons of fuel in Barstow. How much different is the total cost of fuel that you're buying? For 100 gallons of fuel, which is basically a little more than half a tank for me. Okay, for 45-cent difference in price per gallon, 100 gallons means you're going to pay $45 more in fuel at the higher cost place. if it's 45 cents more per gallon than a place that you could otherwise get it from. So yeah, so using that other thing that I was talking about, where maybe you want to get let's just say you get 30 gallons extra of fuel in Lake Havasu that you don't need for that particular trip going into Cali. All right, so you're gonna cost yourself maybe $90 more on your short term, on let's say on that particular settlement. You're gonna have a $90 smaller paycheck. However, let's just say 30. Yeah, that's over 120. Or no, that's $12 difference in long term price savings. Because 45 cents, that's let's see, 30 times 45, it's 135. So it's 13.50. So you'll save $13.50 in long-term costs by just going ahead and spending the $90 up front. Because what it really boils down to is the next load, you have 30 gallons less of fuel that you have to worry about buying. And and so it's like saying, you're, instead of paying $90, you end up paying 77 or something like that, 76, 77, whatever, for that same fuel. For the truck, or you're talking about truck insurance or for your personal vehicle? Oh yeah, it's a mandatory thing. It's a flat cost. Let's see if I can back off enough to fuck this car over behind me. Oh, idiot. So this Mercedes in front of me, he was following this truck that's passing me now, and then he decided to go flying around the truck on the right side to get by him. So when I see people like that, I'll actually get off my throttle and try to play fuck the four wheeler. Uh-huh. Oh my god. Yeah, people don't have any sense. They have no patience at all, and they don't have any brains either. Nope. Yeah. Yep. Nope. That's why we say common sense isn't so common. Uh, you know what? I think doing too much reliance on automation too. I think that dumbs people down even more too. Well, that's why they put collision avoidance systems in vehicles too, because people are too stupid, and they tend to rely on, they'd rather do their distracted stuff or whatever else, and not use any good safety sense. And then, oh yeah, well, now I don't have to worry about it because the car will react to it anyway, or the truck or the car or whatever will react to whatever might have an issue with anyway. The hell. so it was a hard braking event or something? Uh, nope. The only thing I have is lane departure. That's it. Kill your radio. No, mine doesn't. It, no, it uses its own speakers. Yeah, I have like these speakers up here, up above my head on the left, and then more on the right, like on the B pillar area or wherever the hell it is. So, like here, like if I play music right now and okay, right there, that was an intentional lane departure. You heard the noise, right? Okay, yeah, the noise is back here behind me on my left. That's a completely different speaker system than what my audio system uses. I don't know. I keep the volume on my Qualcomm turned completely off, so any kind of noise that it makes, sure, I don't hear anything. It doesn't affect my music or anything, and even if something does come in, it's the only thing I know is I'll see the little light around the house icon button, whatever. Like right now it's blue, but if I get a message and it'll turn orange or amber or whatever, or if I have some kind of like a critical event or like error, log error, or something along that line, it'll turn red. Or also I think it also turns red if I'm down to like an hour, less than an hour on my clock. Yeah, that what? Well, I don't. Yeah, I don't even have navigation though. No, but now there's a difference though, because I know Scotty has his set up so when he's driving, if he gets an incoming message, his is set up where and he has his audio up where it'll actually read out whatever the message is on his audio system. Yeah, yeah, I don't either because I can just look on my TransFlow app if they send it. Well, certain messages they don't go to the TransFlow; they only go to the Qualcomm. But usually, if it's something of interest to me, it'll go to both. And exactly, yeah, exactly. That's why I usually tell people when I'm getting near an interchange that I need to have a concern with, or I'm getting off the freeway or whatever. Hey, I need to go. I'll talk to you later, kind of thing. Because I find I have the same problem where even just little missed details. I might be aware of traffic safety issues, but important things like signs that I need to be looking at or whatever, I tend to not pay enough attention to. Yeah. I'm not against doing it more, but I think I'd rather do it in an environment that I find more ideal. Where, okay, like on the OTR side in England, it was high stress. I hardly ever got any sleep. Or, and we were always on loads that were running, really tight schedule, and it was always hard. And Walmart fleet, it was so much more relaxed, way more relaxed as far as the time schedule was concerned. But there were certain challenges, like I could not effectively teach people trip trip planning and all that kind of stuff. Because I mean, and you saw it. Okay, yeah, all we have to do is go straight up I-15, or Oh, we're going to Phoenix, Tucson, or Las Cruces. Okay, just go straight across I-10 until you get to the city you're going to. That's it. Yeah, and then all the start and all the start point was always the same. Either Colton, for Sam's Club load, or Riverside for Walmart or Walmart neighborhood market store, or Casa Grande, pick up there going to Las Vegas or something. Hello, 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 hello. All right, yeah, it sounds like right. All right, no problem. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think for that, for what you were talking about though, if I could do things that the in a more like OTR type environment and at a pace that I'm comfortable with, like maybe like a super single pace or super solo pace as we call it, on hours. I don't want to spend. Can learn best. What kind of steering habits do I look at what I do with the tractor? Yeah, because it's not a bad thing, but unless they have an accident, but might end up getting yourself jammed up because you're in the tandems. Oh yeah, I think I heard it dropped down to like 3 months experience now. It used to be six, and then before that, it used to be like a year and even 2 years in the past. But uh, just my opinion, experience for anybody be it. Yeah, because there's too much. I mean, man, there's a lot even I'm learning still. But in general, I kind of, of course, I'm kind of a special case because I'm so incredibly observant or a sponge. Picking up even every little hint of a detail from any source I can find. A lot of times, I pick up on a lot of stuff that a lot of people won't, and I don't necessarily equate that to me being any smarter than anybody else. It's just, hey, I pay really, really good attention. Not necessarily that they need them, but they're trying to reach a goal. Which like, we had about 800 drivers, and I think they're trying to get up to about 1,000. I don't think they want to grow too big, too fast, whatever. But I know they had a goal of reaching 1,000 trucks and drivers, and I don't know where exactly we're at now. I think I heard I think we're up around 900. Yeah, but we do have somewhat of a training program, but it's nowhere. It's not even remotely as robust as say like Cedar England Prime or Swift or whatever. It's more of a if you go through the training program here, it's really intended that whoever your trainer is going to be is also going to be your team driver once you're done training. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That was that Manuel or whatever the fuck his name was, guy. Yeah, Manuel. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we did. And and I know there were times I would get a little hard on you, and that's only because I could see potential in you, and I knew that was, yeah, I could push you to make you even better. Yeah. Well, I know one of the only real issues I had at times were because you were like 100% laid back, fun loving kind of guy, and which is great. I mean, I enjoy having people like that, but at the same time, it's like I also have a serious job to do, and I need you to be serious about learning. So yeah. So there'd be times where you'd be like a little bit too focused on the fun loving, like no, right now is not time to be fun loving. We gotta now we have as much fun as we can, but I need to have a good learning system too. Yeah. All right. I, oh, I can imagine. Yeah. Okay. So speaking of, there's something else that's cool about JCT. If you're at the terminal, yeah, during the regular work hours, you have open access to the DM office. You have open access to the planning office. You have open access to where Danny Krishner works. His office is at in the. He's over by the planning office. Yeah. You can even go upstairs and where the settlements. No, not settlements. Is that apartment billing or settlements? Whatever the hell it is up there. And you can see John Krishner in his office right there. Yeah, he's still got his office right there in the back corner on the upstairs, and it's all decked out in motorcycle stuff. Yeah, he's a real big motorcycle nut. No, I've not met him personally. I saw him in the office one time when I was upstairs dealing with something else, but I didn't actually go in there to introduce myself or anything. Oh yeah. In fact, I regularly, whenever I'm at the yard, go on there and say what's up to my DM in person. Uh, Off hours. Yeah, it's only the front area where our driver files are at and the break room, and that's pretty much it. And, yeah, we have a separate building for where like with the driver lounge. It has two bathrooms, two I think it's two showers. Yeah, it's like a kind of like a day room, whatever, with several recliners and some couches, whatever you can watch TV at. There's a video game thing there that's free to play if it's even on. Um, yeah, laundry's free. And then in the back area, there's also a gym that you can work out in. Yeah, but but yeah, we got Wi-Fi. I don't use it myself because for one, it's not as secure as just using my own cellular connection, and also sometimes it can be a little slow. So I just find mine more reliable and more secure, so I don't use theirs. My Qualcomm, I've never tried. Oh, I've never tried that. I don't have any idea. I have no reason whatsoever to even ever that mess, to try out and see if it's capable of that. Yeah. Oops. What we got here? Is this somebody upside down or are they right side up? Oh, look like they're right side up. But there's a cop over there. Got a Jeep. Look like a Jeep. It's up on on an embankment, but he's on his wheels. I don't know what the hell's going on over there. And there is a CHP over there with him. I don't know what's going on though. But yeah, as I say, you can go to the yard and actually walk right into the DM office and chit chat with your DM, and then if you're there when it's time for them to go to lunch, they can even take you out to lunch and pay for you. They get reimbursed for it. Yeah, yeah, they actually encourage drivers and operations type people to establish reports with each other. I'm not gonna say they're the best in the world, but I mean, yeah, there are a lot of good things I like about them, and I mean, and they're gonna be a horrible fit for some people, and then they can be a great fit for like someone like myself. But yeah, okay, then some of the planners, like I'm friends with some of the planners. I even have them on Facebook. Like the meat patch planner, as I call him, as we call him. That's his name's Dakota. Yeah, yeah, I have a good rapport with him. In fact, last time I was over at the yard a couple weeks ago, I went over there and said what's up to him. And since I was there around lunchtime anyway, I was like, "Hey, what are you doing for lunch?" But he had a daddy daughter dance thing he had to get ready to do, so we didn't hook up for lunch. But normally, yeah, we could have just about gone out and had lunch together if we wanted to. Yeah, and then there's another planner named Jared. He does the Pacific Northwest area. Actually, he's your area, Utah, Idaho, I think Oregon, also, and Washington. That's his area. You'll see a lot of California yesterday morning, and then sometimes do Riverside. There's several customers in Riverside we do. Ontario, Fontana, Mira Loma, City of Industry, all those places I've done deliveries to. Yeah, we have a whole bunch of loads that go both in and out of California. Yeah, situation. So I'm like I say when I had to be a gallon for my gas. Full on me a little bit, but I could clearly see a difference where carpooling a lot more or using public transportation or just didn't have jobs to do anyway. Or they would try to live closer to where they were. So yeah, because yeah, and then the coastal locations cost too much to live in now, so people have to move inland, but they still have their coastal area jobs. Too much. Yeah, I are but just uh, no, belt in Taekwondo, and then he's a black belt in Jiu-Jitsu. And so, yeah, he seriously knows what he's doing. But he's a good guy too. Actually stimulating things that get talked about on his channel. Like there's one that he just did recently where, yeah, well, years ago, guys, Jordan, a guy from what we call the carnivore diet. Carnivore diet. Basically, we're the only thing, they don't eat anything but meat. No. Yeah, well, yeah, so it doesn't matter, like, chicken, beef, elk, pork, whatever, it doesn't matter. Anything that's animal, though. And I guess now Joe decided to give it a try for about a month, just as like for himself. And this is more recent. And side effects with it at times have like certain plants or whatever in his diet for just for a little bit, like a small amount, and then he'd also do supplements to keep getting himself whatever the protein, the meats themselves were not capable of giving him. But he did say that he noticed that his energy level was higher. So it was that positive. It was just I'm not into fat diet kind of crap. It's like I'm into seafood.
Disconnected. Alright, just going through a bad area. Let's wait for the call back. Got 4-wheelers coming up. I can't move out of the way. Is this JR School? Yeah, that's who that is, JR School. Alright, viewers, I don't know if you might be buffering right now. I can't tell for sure. You guys can maybe back up and let me know if you're able to hear me or no response. I'm going to assume that I'm buffering. I do see a message up, so it suggests it might be buffering. Just in case, wondering where I'm at now, I'm about the 93-mile marker on I-40 in California, heading toward Arizona.
Hey, what's happening? Ah, not much. I'm heading east on I-40 right now. I was on the other line with a friend of mine when you tried calling. What are you up to? You're doing a 34? Are you still in Ontario or somewhere else? Oh, okay. When did you get to Hesperia? Oh, okay. Yeah, 'cause I went down to the San Bernardino yard and dropped my empty, and then I grabbed a loaded that's going up to Illinois, and so I went right past there twice today. Yeah, yeah. There are a lot of places in Cali that are like that, but there are others that you don't have to pay for, like where you're at now. You see. All right. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, it is. It was light load, mid 60s when I got out of the area. And I still got sunny skies. I'm about the 98-mile marker right now. Yeah, coming up on Essex Road in a couple miles. So is this, what is that, Katie? Kayla, that's it. Is this her first time going into California, or she been there before? Oh, okay. But I don't know what kind of travel experience she has prior to going on the road with you. Oh, okay. So it was a totally new experience for her. That's good. Yep. Ah. Oh, that's Cody calling back. I'll give him a call back. He went through a dead spot when I wasn't quite sure if he was going to call back when I called you. Yeah, I'll give him a call back later though. What's that? Don't think so. He was somebody I trained in the Walmart fleet. Yeah, he's getting ready to come to JCT now. Yeah, he thought about coming to us a couple years ago, and then he kind of balked at it, had second thoughts on whether it was going to be right fit for him, and then yeah, he was driving buses and for Utah Transit Authority for a while, and it sounded like some bullshit there. Actually that was part of the holdup, is because he was talking about coming to us before, but then uh, the way his driving and brakes worked, he didn't really have a good opportunity to communicate very well with Tara from recruiting. And he kept wanting me to do stuff for him. Like, no, I can't do that for you. You gotta be responsible and do that yourself. Uh, yeah, now and then he ended up going to Schneider briefly and had like three trucks in a row that crapped out on him. Yeah, like he couldn't complete one load on without a truck breaking down and having to go to a different truck, and then you get that truck and could barely do a load without it breaking down again. And then got a third truck that broke down on him. So I said, you know what, f this. This is bullshit. It's like I barely even been here a week or whatever the hell it was, and you guys can't give me a truck that can stay on the road. So he quit them and ended up going to Swift and started driving in their Walmart fleet in Corinne, Utah. I guess he's not really impressed with the pay over there, so he's deciding he's going to go ahead and give JCT a try. Yeah. Ah. Hey, can I call you back? Because, yeah, he's calling me back again. I'll probably finish up with him anyway. All right, bye. Hello? Ah, that's all right. Yeah, I ended up calling another friend because I wasn't sure if you were going to call back anytime soon. That's all right. Hello? Hello? Ah, I'm getting more dead zone again. Hello? Hello? Yeah, can you hear me? All right, that's fine. All right, yeah, that's fine. I'll be on the road for a while. Okay. All right, bye. All right, yeah, he's going to a bad spot, so how's it going, Tom? All right, let me give Sean a call back to get over his bumpy ass bridge. All right, there we go. All right. Alrighty. Guess he's not answering now either. Or, well, Jody's still going through a bad area. The other, Sean, it's not like he might have been getting busy anyway. He had stuff going on that he wanted to do. Anyway, before I started talking on the phone there, I was talking about a video that I posted on Facebook of wind-driven blowovers. But there was a particular song that it had on it that I really liked, and I'm gonna go ahead and play it because it's not a well-known group, and it would be worth exposing you guys to. Okay, the group's called Late Night Savior. You might have heard of these guys opening as an opening act for certain groups, but not well known.
Angel from the group Late Night Savior. They're from northern Utah somewhere. Yeah, they have 2 albums out. The first one, I guess, came out in 2017 or something like that. And the album, the second album, which is the one that one is on, came out in 2018, I think. And it's basically an EP. It only has like 6 or 7 tracks on it, depending on where you get it from. But then I listened to all of the songs on that album. I actually liked it. Yeah, there's no U in the word though. That's one of the contrasts between the way you guys spell things in the UK and the way we spell them here in the US. Because there are words where you guys put a U in something, like color or savior or whatever, where you have a U in the word, but we don't. Let me put on. I can find it. I'm trying to find my. I'll play some more of their music and you guys see what you guys think of it all. I got a couple other rock songs from groups too. Yeah, I'm gonna start with this. I actually got a couple other groups in here first, and then I'll just play it one by one.
Hey, what's up? You what? Oh, okay, I figured it. Yeah. Kick ass. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, that's how you save money. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so Chicago's performing in Costa Mesa right now, you said, and where do they go next? Yeah, here, 3589 Delta. Who? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Well, so let's see what Nora has going on this evening, and yeah, if you guys are gonna stay in the area there, it can always see if you guys want to hook up there or something. Yeah. 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 Well, it's appreciated. 'Cause I know I talked to Sylvia briefly yesterday, and then it's like, hey, as far as since I'm home and tired and all that, I did want to just not be on the phone long, and regardless, uh, yeah, we'll run into each other sooner or later. Especially if Chicago's going to be doing a lot of shows in this region. Hmm. What in the hell? That's weird. Well, Water Road. I'm not surprised. The usual thing. There's a cop sitting right here underneath. Oh no, that's not a cop. That's a Caltrans truck, isn't it? Yeah, there usually is a cop over here somewhere though. All right, let's take a look on the on ramp. Nope. Only see a damn. That's a seriously long wheelbase truck over there. red and black truck over on the on ramp with, God, probably has to be like a 300-inch wheelbase or some crap. It's a long one. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, not cheap. Yeah. 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 Basically, where you're never home, so you really need the living space. Yeah, because they take up so much space and it's hard to park them. I saw when I was in Albuquerque the other day. Yeah, when I swapped loads with John Farber, there was a like a car hauler kind of truck, one of them freaking race car kind of hauler looking kind of trucks. I don't know what exactly he had, but it was one of those types of trucks. He was trying to go for a spot that was a straight back setup right over in the corner of the lot, like about 5 spots over from me. But then, what was it, a CRST trainer truck ended up getting to it first. So he got mad. He had to go back around, and there were several other spots open that the guy could have backed into, but he didn't want to back into anything. And then even when there were other spots, he ended up just parking up against the curb over in the corner. And actually, in a spot where he would have been blocking the guy over in the corner spot. And then even when I got up to start driving that night, he was still parked there in the way of the guy in the corner spot. Yeah. Damn. Okay. Yeah. I'm. That's interesting. Oh, yeah. All right. Sounds good. All right, we'll do, man. We'll keep in touch. All right. See ya. Bye. All right. That should be it for phone calls for a while. We'll call my DM later, I think, or I'll probably just message her when I get shut down for my break. Pretty windy here.
good ride. Keep the wheels out the ditches and the bears out your britches.
You too, driver.
I sound like there's a cop watching traffic over here somewhere. good guitar riffs in that song. Charlie's pointed out, I'm going through Needles, California now. I'm about a dozen miles away from the Colorado River in Arizona now.
Just
else now you've heard from this late night savior. I think it's a really catchy group. from the Arizona border.
Hands
earlier with a really long wheelbase on it is catching up to me right now. It's about an eighth of a mile back. Everybody else getting bypassed, but this friggin' clown here in front of me passing illegally and then getting back in front of me too close probably is why I got a red light instead of a green light. there. I'm like, am I supposed to stop for somebody? And but she got on the PA and said I could go ahead. So yeah. My shift at the house. Yeah, I just got into Arizona a few miles ago. place to stop and reboot, whatever you want to call it. gas I get, the cheaper the fuel prices tend to get. I think there's a spot right on the other side of that England truck that this guy's parking next to, but let me see what happens when he gets in there. Can't quite tell yet. Yeah, a couple of spots at least. We can also park over here next to this blue International, it looks like. Yeah, I can get a straight back right there with that. So I'll go ahead and go for that we're next to that International. Okay, so like I said, I'm at the Loves in Lake Havasu City now. What did I do? I forget. 280 or so far. Let's see where I'm at. 284. Alright, so I only need to do about 520 or so mile shifts on average to get to the receiver. So 240 to go would put me barely into Winslow, and I actually plan to go to Holbrook before I shut down. I got 512 left to work with. It's 2:30 here. About 3 o'clock I'll be rolling again. Yeah, it should be by 7 o'clock I'll be in Holbrook. And I plan to shut down there because like I said, I don't want to be driving too late in the evening and have to figure out, make my own spot up or whatever. So this shift will be a little bit shorter than I might normally want to run. And I'm going to go ahead and end the feed here, take my break, my 30, and then just before 3 o'clock or somewhere around 3-ish, I'll start a new stream up for if you guys want to keep watching and watch the leg from here to Holbrook. Like I say, it's a little over, almost 280 miles, so it'll be about a 4-hour trip, maybe just a little bit more because of my weight and the mountains. So I would say about 7:15, 7:30 perhaps, maybe 7:15 local time. Be when I probably get into Holbrook. Warbucks, you should let your truck idle a few minutes after stopping. It blows all hot exhaust out instead of traffic. Yeah, I normally do. Usually when I shut down for the night, I let it idle for about 5 or so minutes, maybe even 10 minutes, and then I'll go ahead and shut down for the night. I only plan to be here about 30 minutes. Yeah, not quite so concerned right now, but it is actually very good advice that Warbucks is giving there. Reason why also is because turbos, they tend to last longer if you let them cool down first. It helps get rid of the carbon buildup and and it helps them cool down a little more slowly instead of more of a shock. When you kind of shock them, it's kind of like when you have a windshield crack. You know, you go from like hot air to cold air or vice versa, whatever, and it can actually make the cracks expand and get worse. So, yeah, as a general rule of thumb, what Warbucks did say, it does have to say there's really good advice in general. You know, when you have a turbocharged engine, you know, which diesel trucks are, it's really good. It's really good practice to idle the truck for a good 5 or so minutes before you shut down. All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and end the feed here, like I say, about 3 o'clock, which is not quite half an hour away. We'll start a new stream up for you guys, anybody who wants to watch. And like I said, it'll be about a 4.5 or so hour stream probably to get from here to Holbrook. All right, guys, we'll see y'all on the next stream then. Half an hour, hopefully see you at least. So enjoy. Thanks.